A very hectic session, putting into consideration your engagements with your various constituencies for the forthcoming electoral process. The session witnessed the passage of bills who are present to take part in the debate and to respond to issues raised regarding their different portfolios. And in accordance with the provisions of Standing Orders Clause 54.1, I will now invite the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Combo South to move a motion for the Assembly to adjourn sine die. But before doing so, I wish to draw the attention of the Assembly to Clause 54.3 of the Standing Orders that no honorable member shall speak for more than 15 minutes during the debate, except that the Speaker may, at his or her discretion, allow the mover of the motion extra time for his or her reply. I'll therefore appeal to honorable members to take note of said provision of the standing orders regarding the adjournment debate, and I want to invite the honorable majority leader to move the motion for the Assembly to adjourn sine die. I know that honorable members would want to exhaust their 15 minutes, but equally so, I am sure they are in a hurry to rush to their constituencies. So let's bear that in mind, and honorable majority, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Clause 54.1 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, I rise to move that this National Assembly do stand adjourned sine die. Honorable Speaker, in moving this motion, I would like to give the August Assembly a summary of what transpired during the first ordinary session in the 2022 legislative year for the period 3rd February 2022 to date. Honorable Speaker, during the course of our deliberations, we considered and adopted records of votes and proceedings of the daily sittings of the National Assembly and accommodated questions for oral answers sessions by the following honorable ministers as regard their various portfolios. One, Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic, Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy, Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Minister for Interior, Honorable Minister for Tourism and Culture, Honorable Minister for Lands and Regional Government, Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources. Honorable Speaker, laying of papers and reports. Honorable Speaker, the following reports were laid by chairpersons and co-chairpersons of various committees of the National Assembly and adopted by this plenary. One, the report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the Gambia Anti-Corruption Bill 2019. Two, report of the Joint Committee on the Public Enterprises and Finance and Public Accounts on the Public Service Pensions Bill 2020. Three, report of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters on the Prevention and Prohibition of Torture 2020. Four, report of the Public Appointments Standing Committee for the confirmation of one of the shortlisted persons for appointment as Commissioner at the National Human Rights Commission. Honorable Speaker, motions. Equally, the following motions were moved by Honorable Ministers for Finance and Economic Affairs for the Assembly's consideration and ratification. One, the Development Objectives Grant Agreement between the United States of America and the Republic of the Gambia for Democracy, Peace, Stability, Enhanced. Two, the Millennium Challenge Cooperation Threshold Program Grant Agreement between the United States of America, acting through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and the Republic of the Gambia, acting through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. Three, the loan agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and Islamic Development Bank regarding the widening of Batin Hadin Highway Project, the Gambia. Four, the loan agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa regarding the widening of Batin Hadin Highway Project. Honorable Speaker, bills. The following bills were considered during the ordinary session and unanimously passed at their third readings by Her Excellency, the Vice President and the Honorable Minister for Information and Communication Infrastructure. One, the Public Service Pensions Bill 2022 by Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, and two, the Information and Communications Amendment Bill 2020 by the Honorable Minister for Information and Communication Infrastructure. However, the Constitutional Amendment Bill 2021, tabled by the Honorable Member for Banjul South, could not pass the second reading due to the absence of the constitutional requirement of Section 2262B and 4B, which required a threshold of 2/3 of all the members present to vote. Honorable Speaker, the pending businesses of the Assembly will form part of the legacy report of the 5th Legislature for the 6th Legislature to take charge and carry on. Honorable Speaker, this August Assembly is here today to commence the motion on the adjournment debate for the Assembly to stand adjourned, sign, and die. Honorable Speaker, a few weeks from now, almost 5 years in the service of our country, I shall lay down the responsibilities as Majority Leader of the 5th Legislature of this National Assembly. This afternoon, I come to you with a message of leaving and taking and farewell, and to share a few final thoughts with you, members of the Assembly and fellow citizens. Like every other citizen, I wish the 6th Legislature peace, prosperity, and successful parliamentary term for all. Our people expect us members of the National Assembly to find essential agreement on issues of great moment, the wise resolution of which will better shape the future of the nation, and to the best of our abilities, this Parliament of the 5th Legislature has so delivered. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of both sides of the Assembly, I want to seize this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the people of the Gambia for the trust and confidence reposed on us in this August Assembly. We reassure them of the Assembly's continued resolve to serve the supreme interests of the Gambia without fear of favor or party affiliation. To honorable colleagues, I would thank you for your foresight and dedication to national duty. It has been a challenging year, fulfilling our journey with all of you in the service of the people of the Gambia. History will undoubtedly remember us, collectively and individually. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to thank the clerk and staff of the National Assembly Service for all the support and services rendered to honorable members during this session and over the years. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Yes, honorable member for Basse.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to second the motion on the adjournment debate. Equally to use the chance to address my colleagues and the nation at large. Honorable Speaker, first of all, thanksgiving is going to Almighty Allah, who have given me the long life to be in this parliament almost 10 years now, and to stay healthy to be able to carry on the responsibility that I should take on. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Office of the Speaker. I want to thank the Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the majority and the minority leaders of the 5th Legislature. Honorable Speaker, I want to equally thank the Office of the Clerk, all the members, all the staff under the Office of the Clerk be thanked for the cooperation, the assistance, the collaboration, and the help that you have given us from all angles at any moment. Honorable Speaker, I really want to attest that I am honored to be one of the few, if it existed, the National Assembly members to come to the Parliament on 2 terms both on independent tickets. I think I'm the only Gambian so far. But still, I'm making my research. If I'm not the only one, then I am one among the few who had that chance to be elected twice in the parliament on independent tickets. So my constituents who had that trust and confidence in me, I'm really thankful to them. Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the media fraternity for giving me the visibility all over the world. Wherever you go today, even Google, if you type the name, my name, Magasi, Honourable Magasi, you will see my legacy. Thanks to the media fraternity. Honourable Speaker, I want to be very thankful to all the partners who helped me to register development in my constituencies, from mosques, boreholes, schools, and other projects, machine and others, farming tools. So all those partners who had helped me from the government and the NGOs within the country and outside the country, I want to be very thankful to all of them. Honourable Speaker, I want to give a very special thank to a very special person to me. That's my personal assistant, Aisha Sinera, who is known to everybody. This young girl has served the nation through me, because any responsibility that I'm called for, if I couldn't go, she is one who represents me. So therefore, today is the day that I should known that to the public and use the opportunity to really thank and recognize her effort. So I say, if you are here, we thank. Honourable Speaker, use this opportunity to inform my colleague that this is going to be the last ordinary session in this parliament for me to take part in debate in this fashion. Honourable Speaker, that's simply to tell you I am not going to contest the forthcoming legislative election. I may go for other functions, but whoever is coming here, I will tell you that I have a memory of this parliament, and my doors are open. It's the country that we are building, and we build the country in stages. I've done my quota. I served 10 years in this parliament. I am content, and I'm happy that Allah gave me this time to address you and to let you know that this is going to be the last ordinary session for me to attend in this session. So may I use this chance to forgive you. If anybody thinks that you have fronted me, I forgive you. But also, I may seek for forgiveness if I, in one way or the other, affront anybody. Please forgive me. Honourable Speaker, I want to thank my good friend, my longtime friend, that's Honourable Samba Jallo. We came together in this parliament, 2012. We came again together, 2017. And you see, I and Samba, we have similar stories that are repeated. I came to this parliament as independent. Samba came to this parliament on the NRP, and he became the minority leader, 2012. 2017, I came back again as independent. Samba came again on the NRP, and they be the minority leader. So therefore, our histories are similar. Honourable Samba Jallo, I wish you to come back again. But if you come this time, you will miss Magasi, because Magasi is not coming back to this parliament. So on that note, I really want to thank everybody, and to the executive, as I used to say, cooperation must continue. The executive cannot execute anything without the cooperation of the parliament. But the parliament also cannot prosper without the cooperation of the executive. It's one Gambia, one nation. If we work together, we will be able to realize all our dreams. But if we work separately, it's going to be a problem for all of us. On that note, I want to thank each and everybody. Long live the Gambia, long live the parliament, long live the people of Basse.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul North. Sorry, honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the motion for this ordinary session to stand adjourned. Sign it aye. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. So may I now call on the honorable members who wish to take part. I already have a long list, so if I was tempted to go through we've taken all of your tags down, but Banjul North, yeah. Banjul North, thank you. Yes, Bakaw, you're down, it's only Birkama North, yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today, the last sitting and the last session of the 5th legislature is what we are witnessing. It is an historic day. It is a solemn day. It is a day to acknowledge. It is a day to identify challenges. It is a day to wish farewell to those that have expressed their desire and made the announcement that they are not coming back, and those who also wish to come back. Honorable Speaker, the 5th legislature has been exceptional in the history of politics, political representation in the country, for various reasons. It is the legislature that has first started to assert independence. To exercise what has been provided in terms of separation of powers. I'm not sure whether we have completely succeeded, but the attempts have been made, and it has set the standards for representation. Any future legislature that comes will not have any excuse, because this assembly, this legislature has set the pace, has set the standards in terms of representation. We have our moments when party politics played out and not national interests, but we also had moments when national interests, the pursuit for national interests had been demonstrated. Honorable Speaker, as I said, this day is also emotional, as we are parting. As I said, some wish to come back, some have decided not to come back. I want to take this opportunity to wish each and every one of us well in our endeavors. We have, during the past 5 years, been relating at the level of plenary and at the level of our committees, and have developed that relationship at the personal level and also official level. And all had been well. It has been cited that there were times when tempers flared up here, but all the same, we would come back and then continue to assume our duty, our supreme duty as representatives of the Gambian people. Gambians have been monitoring what had been taking place here. Some acknowledge what we have been doing. Others have expressed skepticism. But these are all lessons for us and also the incoming 6th legislature, that people have expectations. We are supposed to be serving their interests as provided for by Section 112 of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, the Second Republic, that all our pronouncements, all our actions must be dictated by conscience and what serves the national interest. Some of us have been doing all our best to ensure that that provision is respected. People should continue to monitor the activities of the National Assembly, the actions of National Assembly members, the pronouncements of National Assembly members, to see whether they are in consonance to what serves their interests. As I said, the relationship has not only been limited to between National Assembly or among National Assembly members, but also the staff. I also want to take this opportunity to commend the staff, the Speaker, the clerk, the deputy clerks, the table office director, who is now elevated to the rank of deputy clerk, which he deserves, and all the members of the National Assembly service. They have been exceptional, very supportive to the work we have been doing. Honorable Speaker, as I said, we have a legacy, this 5th legislature, in terms of the standards we have set, the pace setting, and in fact, you've even cited it in your statement, farewell statement, that in terms of the questions, this legislature had been more critical in terms of engagement with the executive, the committees. In fact, for us, the committees that I serve in, we have not inherited anything from the 4th legislature. And I believe we have something to bequeath to the 6th legislature, the committees, the plenary. So this is really an accomplishment. But as I said, there are times when we have also failed the expectations of the population in terms of the bills that came before us. And they are numerous. Inasmuch as we had made tremendous efforts in terms of bringing in progressive bills that became law, we have also failed them in certain instances. And these are lessons to be learned. The draft constitution, this is something that I hold dear, and any incoming legislature must pursue this. We have had the executive express interest in bringing a new legislature. I am calling on the members of the 6th legislature, the population of the Gambia, civil society, all to ensure that Gambia deserves a constitution that embraces all, that will factor the interests of women. We have attempted with a bill to empower women. And the new question that is coming must ensure that women are empowered, persons living with disability are empowered, youth are empowered, and the population in general are served. I wish to commend the electorate of Banjul North for having given me the opportunity to serve the Gambia. And I would also want to implore on the executive that we have challenges. In as much as this day, for me, I want to dedicate it to the National Assembly, I would not resume my seat without talking about a challenge, a major challenge. And I wish the Honorable Minister for Works, Transport and Infrastructure was around. The Environment is here, the Honorable Vice President is also here to take note. We have one major challenge. Banjul as a region is being threatened by climate change, and one of the factors to mitigate climate change is to promote and protect the environment and the ecology. And one way of doing that is to build canals. This open drain that is just behind the National Assembly is an issue that needs to be tackled. The next legislature should really focus on that, and the next executive, to ensure that it is addressed if we want to avoid Banjul submerging underwater. Honorable Speaker, as I said, we have made a lot of efforts in terms of representation. The committees have also been very proactive in terms of oversight, particularly the committees that I belong to. And these are lessons to be learned by the incoming legislature, the 6th legislature. As I said, we must continue to assert the independence of this arm of the state. We are not antagonists, we are not adversaries with any arm of the state, particularly the executive. We are all supposed to be served and duty-bound to serve the people of the Gambia, so that all our actions must be nothing other than serving the interests of the people of the Gambia. I want to also take this opportunity to pay tribute to everybody, particularly those who have served exceptionally well and have been doing it without any partisan consideration for the national interest. We have a duty to serve, but there's also a limit. The Honorable Member for Serakunda informed this August Assembly that he's not coming back. And I respect that, and I understand why, and I support that as well. But I believe we need to pay tribute to him for the services. He has demonstrated non-partisanship, which should be emulated by all of us here. And of course, equally goes to the Honorable Member for Woolly West, being a doyen. This is what we need. We need servants who are selfless. Who promote the interests of the nation first and foremost. Politics is not the business for self. It's not the best business for individuals. It's the business of the people. Anybody who's opting for political office must be ready to serve, to relegate self-interest, personal interest, and promote national interest. And that is what the Member for Serakunda has been demonstrating. We too have been trying course, some members here, that is the way to go. When we are here, as has been mentioned by the member for Woolley, party tax are outside. We leave them outside. It's national interest. It's unfortunate that there were instances when partisan interest played out here, which is very unfortunate and which has been deplored by the population of the Gambia. That is not what is expected of the National Assembly and National Assembly members. Of course, we are parties, we are from parties, but once you are a National Assembly member, you are a National Assembly member of the Gambia and should not serve anything other than the Gambia. So this is a lesson that I would want the fifth legislature to learn from, to take note of, that when you are here, party interest is outside, it's national interest. Conscience and national interest has been clearly spelled out by Section 112. We are not, as I said, we are not antagonists to the executive. We should work in unison to serve the people of the Gambia. And we have demonstrated that. I, for one, have been demonstrating that. There has never been an instant where I criticize the government just for criticism's sake, to condemn the executive just for condemnation's sake, to oppose the executive because I believe that if they do this, they will succeed. And for me, my party is in the opposition. This is not my thinking. I have been saying this, that if they fail, if whoever is in the executive fails, it's the Gambian people who suffer. And I'm representing the Gambian people. I'm elected by the electorate of Banjul North, but I'm representing the Gambian people.
Honorable, your time, 15 minutes. Always watch the clock. The timer is on. I'm sorry, but I'm honorable member for Lower Salum. No, he hasn't started.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. Please watch the clock, the timer. Yeah.
I'll go less than 15 minutes, in fact. Thanks to the Almighty God who blessed me this day to stand before the National Assembly members. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for better presiding the National Assembly members. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Thank you, the people of Lower Salum, who voted me in this office, being the 9th parliamentarian in Lower Salum. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the staff of the Parliament, the Office of the Clerk, and my senior veteran parliamentarians. Honorable Speaker, the leadership of Parliament, I must thank them also for guiding us through procedure. Honorable Speaker, thanks the people of Lower Salum who has the trust and confidence in me for putting me from 2017 to 2022 being their parliamentarian within this tenure in office. Honorable Speaker, yes, indeed, I cannot satisfy the entire people of Lower Salum, but I must thank them for bringing me in this office. A leader, you can just do a quarter, you can do all. It's a continuous progress. Leadership, it comes and goes. But I must thank them for giving me their confidence. And again, to thank the government of the day. Honorable Speaker, a lot of has done in Lower Salum today. Is the government of the day who supported the people of Lower Salum. Not all, but I know in future most things will be done in Lower Salum. But today I can rest my hand. Most projects come from Lower Salum. It is within my tenure in office. Honorable Speaker, I have nothing to say. Just thank you for the people of Lower Salum. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the President of the Republic of the Gambia, who also moved the democracy of this country to the higher level. Now, everybody participate fully in politics, which we are all yearning for. Honorable Speaker, because of the the free democracy that we had in the Gambia allow people to exercise their right and their freedom, which I also thank the government of the day. Today, the entire Gambian people knows their right. Whether you are doing the good thing or not, make sure that as a leader, do the right thing, because people are watching on you. Honorable Speaker also thank the media fraternity within our midst, also to know that Gambia's safety is in their hands. Let them also know what is good for the Gambian people. Giving information is rich, and information is expensive. Before giving any information, make sure you get the correct history or story about that individual, or about the side of story that you're going to give out to the people, because information is expensive. Honorable Speaker, I have nothing to say today, just to thank the people of Lower Salem that I have served for 5 years in office, and again expecting them also to re-elect me again. Yes, Honorable Speaker, I must thank my mentor, Honorable Member for Serekunda, who has already decided. Yes, what Honorable Member for Banjul North says, I've seen it in Parliament here. Party politics is outside. He is always yearning for the interests of the Gambian people, which we are also attached to that. Honorable Speaker, yes, indeed, we must respect him on his decline that he is not going to come back to politics. But still now, Gambia belongs to us, and we are young, and we still allow him also to give us chance to educate us as the young people in the country. We also respect him on what he has demonstrated in the chamber. Honorable Speaker, nothing will say to him unless we must thank him, because he protects the integrity of these Gambian people, and he always tried to see people first, nothing more. We know he is a leader of a party, but that party color will never shine in this chamber. We must thank the member of Serekunda for serving Gambian people. For us also, the entire parliamentary parliament members serving us. Dankungu, we also thank you for your being a minority leader in this parliament, putting everybody together. Honorable Majority Leader, for Combo South, Woolley West, Basse, being the veteran parliamentarian that you thought of how we're going to give our procedural matters. I must thank my honorable members, thank the staff of the parliament, thank the honorable ministers, which we had a problem for our constituencies. They will not tackle all, but then most of our problems in constituencies are tackled by the ministers. And I know you are representing your own people, daughters, wives, brothers, sisters. Honorable Speaker, today in Lower Salem is a different in Lower Salem. Yes, because we have representing them here, and we are the mouthpiece of the people of Lower Salem. Whatever they cry to, we advocate it here. Which, alhamdulillah, Rabbi Alamin, it has already existed in Lower Salem. Not all, but still now, asking the ministers also to concentrate more development in Salem, whereby we will also be part and parcel of urban development, what they are also enjoying. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, the people of Lower Salem. Thank you, Gambian people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Woolly West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether 15 minutes are adequate for me to talk today. But what I will do is I'll just be provoking your thoughts. And in that way, I may accomplish what I want to do. Madam Speaker, I've been reflecting about the whole institution of parliament and representation. What we have inherited from outside. Parliament is an inheritance from the colonizers. And colonization is the greatest crime committed against humanity. And its wounds are eternal. They are everlasting. They destroy. Where they make, they also destroy. The destruction is more than the making. But we are not reflecting on these fundamentals. We fought for independence because we want to be ourselves. Essentially, that's what independence is about. It's not just to have a minister, a black president, and a national flag, a national anthem. No! It is to be yourself, to rediscover yourself, to become yourself. But have we become ourselves? Independent nations all over the world. Those who were once colonized, are they really independent? Are we independent? My colleagues, let's question ourselves. Some of us may not come back here again. Some have decided not to come. Some are going back to the polls, and I wish you all success. But the fundamental question remains. For me, the mission is incomplete. Ma mission, c'est une mission qui est incomplete. So, I'm well. Yes, some say that he's old, yes. But what has it to do with knowledge? What has it to do with determination? What has it to do with the desire to serve your people? When you can, you have the ability, you have the capacity, you have the will and the intention. What is wrong with it? What is age in the face of struggle to rediscover yourself? If you are still able-bodied, intellectually, mentally alert, what is wrong in wanting to serve your people? My life has been simply that. From primary school to date, I have been in that mood, and that is what I'm going to die in that, to serve my people. It is not an easy struggle. For 50-something years, we have been here. And are we convinced that we are really helping our people to become a people? Are we helping our people by virtue of what we are doing here to make our people sovereign people? Not because we are saying they are sovereign, but they come to the conscious realization that they are sovereign people, that they own this country, that they are the people who matter, who make decisions, who should decide what serves their interests and what does not serve their interests. That is the job that we should have been doing. We who are their representatives. And that's why we are representatives. We are here precisely to perform that job. Particularly we who are coming from very far away. We are coming from a very far away, from a dominated colonial society, denied in every respect, even denied your culture, denied your language that identifies you and makes you different from other people. You are denied all that. And now you fought, you say you are independent, and you still continue to wallow in the use of that same weapon that was used to destroy you. And we say we are independent, and we say we are serving our people. I'm speaking here, my people really don't understand a word of what I'm saying here, and I'm supposed to be representing them. This is a paradox. This is a contradiction. The first thing that we should have thought about when we conquered independence, if you really have conquered it, was how do we become ourselves? How do we become one with our people? How do we become one with our people that we are serving? These questions were never posed, mostly by the first generation of politicians. I wouldn't blame them much because they were concerned with other problems. Problems that have to do with governance, problems that have to do with education. But the unfortunate thing is that we have been independent Africa for more than half a century, and we are still dependent. Dependent in every respect. We hardly can do anything here without recourse to help from outside, even though we have everything in our continent. Everything that you can imagine, we have it. We have it in abundance, but we are poor in the midst of abundance. Materially poor in the midst of abundance, in fact morally poor, intellectually poor. Because that is why we are always having recourse to the outsiders, because we don't have confidence that we have the capacity intellectually to do what is necessary to change our continent. I'm sorry, but these are very important questions. We make laws here in the name of our people, and they don't know anything about them. And these are the same laws that they use to take them to court. But they have no idea about those laws. Because of what? Because of the language in which those laws are couched in. And we have done nothing about that. I pray all my colleagues who are here and are going back to the polls, I pray that you all come back here. But if I come back here, the first legislation that I'll promote in this parliament will be precisely on the need for our languages to be used here so that everybody who has the capacity, not because he or she speaks English or French, but because he or she can speak his or her language, can come here and democracy will become democracy. Not democracy in words, but democracy indeed in practice. How many people have been excluded from coming here? How many of them have been very intelligent, philosophically minded people outside there who know everything that we are doing here, but they are not here simply by virtue of the fact that the weapon that was used to destroy all of us is the same weapon that we are using here to promote their interests. Impossible. I know people will say, Sidia is very controversial. I don't care. It is controversy that moves knowledge forward. But these are not just mere controversies. These are facts, unshakable facts. Unshakable facts. If I sit here, sometimes I feel funny. I spend nights pondering these things in my head. Why are things what they are? Why can't we just turn them around and become what we want them to become? No, because we are still separated from our people, just like colonialists. They were separated from our people. They are there, they are there. And we use the same, we are up, they are down. And yet everything we do, we say we are doing on behalf of our people. And they have no, you tell me, you go and talk to them, you say they are participating. What participation is that? What type of participation is that? You are denying them to come here to participate. Because they cannot speak English. And you say you are participating. There is no participatory democracy here. Democracy is a sham everywhere. It's a big sham everywhere in the world. Whether in the United States or in Russia or in France or China, democracy is a sham. It's all rubbish. Sorry, I withdraw. So I wind up. Okay, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody here for having worked with me. We have worked here. We are all here by our interest and our determination to serve our people. Let us continue in that spirit even where we are outside these chambers. It's not only here that you can serve your people. We can serve our people in whatever capacity we are, outside or inside. But the most important thing is there is a job to be done still. We have gone nowhere. There is a job to be done. So those who are going and are not coming back know that the job, the mission is not complete yet. And unless it is complete, some of us will be here talking. Some of you will be here fighting. Because it is necessary that we talk, it is necessary that we do certain things so that we can move forward. We can do it. Whoever tells you that we cannot do it, it is not true. We can do it. We can transform this country into heaven on earth. I have that conviction because the means are here, the resources are here. All that we need is to reorganize ourselves and become selfless in rendering service to our people. We have to sacrifice. That word, I have always used it here, the word sacrifice. No development can take place in an ex-colony without sacrifice. You have to do with pleasures. You have to do with pleasures, otherwise we cannot move anywhere. The money you use to have your pleasures is the money that was used to serve the fundamental interests of your people. What do we have to show for our 56 years of sovereignty? What do we have to show for it? My critics will say, Syria is crazy. I'm not crazy. 56 years of sovereignty in a sovereign country like Gambia. 57, somebody is saying 57 now. What do we have to show for it? Big debt, indebted to our neck. To a point that we cannot even pay what we owe. Because when we pay what we owe, we will die. Even though we are paying heavily, but it's not enough. What we are paying is what we should use to bring about development. Somebody will tell me there is no country that has not taken debt. Yes, and there are countries which have never taken debt and they will never take. I know them. In fact, there are countries where they are paying less tax. They don't tax people because they have succeeded in developing the productive sectors of their economy in such a point that there is no need to tax. Money is coming. They are generating revenue. Why do you have to tax people when the land is generating the revenue for the people to be free? That is what we are marching towards. That country is going to be like that. I see a day, even when I die, even my absence, Gambia will come a day when nobody will pay a tax because we'll develop this country in such a way that it will become generative of revenue without tax. Thank you very much, madam.
Bakau.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am going to be very brief.
Recognize the presence of Her Excellency the Vice President. She joined us earlier, and two other honorable ministers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, adjournment debate is all meant for members to raise issues concerning their constituencies. It's almost 5 years today. I have raised so many concerns concerning my constituency, Bakau. Up till now, no single move has been done by the executive. Among those concerns I have raised, I would like to highlight some of them. Madam Speaker, it's almost 5 years today. I have emphasized the poor conditions of government buildings in my constituency. I have emphasized that these buildings could be refurbished and be used as state that can be occupied to accommodate state guests, instead paying expensive hotels for our state guests. But up till now, the executive failed to consider my concern. Again, Madam Speaker, I have talked about an independent stadium. I'm sure we are all aware that Independence Stadium hosts most of our international games. I've raised this issue to the executive of the poor condition, and nothing has been done about it up till now. And we are all aware that CAF have taken serious action against the government. And we all knew that the Independence Stadium is not fit anymore to host in the international games, which affect all Gambians, especially the sporting fraternity. Madam Speaker, it's almost 5 years today. I have raised a concern about a police station in Bakau of lacking a mobility. I have made that appeal before the minister here several times. Up till now, the executive failed to respond. And how do we expect our police mobility? Madam Speaker, almost 5 years today, Sting Corner to Old Cape Road, of the poor condition of that culvert. And I'm sure the Honorable Minister of Work will attest to that concern. And I'm aware that the minister lives just 2-3 minutes walk to that culvert. Up till now, the situation of that culvert is getting serious every day. And Honorable Minister, I'm sure you are using that route every day, and you have seen the condition of that culvert. Up till now, the government failed to respond positively to that concern. Honorable Speaker, about the COVID fund allocated to Ministry of Tourism, It's almost 5 years today, Honorable Speaker. I've been making this issue to the minister responsible, that I have been receiving so many complaints from my electorates that the money given to the ministry for the stakeholders, some stakeholders felt that they are being segregated, and I have been engaging the minister responsible of tourism to make clarifications on this issue. But any time I have made my attempts, it failed. So I am blaming the executive of not responding to my concerns. Honorable Speaker, without taking much of the Assembly's time, since most of the members talk of non-partisan when we are in chambers, I want to make a recommendation through you, Madam Speaker. Since we are talking of non-partisan in chambers, I will recommend to you for next Parliament coming, for that poster to be removed from that wall before the swearing of the new Parliament. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I will equally join my honorable colleagues to thank the people of the Gambia for having confidence and trust in us, particularly the people of Kiang Central, for giving me the opportunity to serve my country for 5 years. Honorable Speaker, I will not waste much of the Assembly's time today just to make my call or just to emphasize the calls that I have been making since the inception. Honorable Speaker, you have so many people that are really suffering, so many people that are really crying in this country in terms of rent. Honorable Speaker, I've been calling on the Honorable Minister for Local Government to please face this challenge, and as a minister to take it as a responsibility. The landlords are now taking law into their own hands by increasing the rent, sometimes even on weekly basis, sometimes on monthly basis. There's a gap that we need to fill. If you looked at the Rent Act 2014, the landlords, before the amendment, are not given the power to increase their rent without consulting the council. And after that amendment, now the leeway is given to them now to go and increase. I have been calling and then talking to the minister. Why not you bring the act, we do the amendment, to put it in such a way that you do not have the chance to go and increase the rent anytime. And sometimes you see they increase more than 100%. But the defense or the response always comes from the minister is that aspect has been taken away from my ministry. Let me say this. The tribunal aspect of rent is what is withdrawn from the Ministry of Local Government. But the regulatory aspect is still with the ministry. I think it's high time, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Local Government, for him to act together with all the stakeholders in that ministry. Where I stayed before, that was in Talinden. There is an apartment that I visited there last week. The tenants were paying $4,000 per month, and all of a sudden the landlord came and increased to $7,000. They were left with no other option but to vacate the place. In terms of cost of living, Honorable Speaker, in terms of rent, we are sitting on time bomb. I tell you this. There will come a time, if no measure is taken to address these issues, people will go out, people will take law into their own hands, and you will see that one. Take it from me. I am not praying for that, and I'm not inciting anyone, but the way things are happening in this country, there is a need. I mean, we have a government. The landlords have right to increase, but the government here is a referee. Anyone who wants to bring a foul play, you show them the yellow card or the red card. You go to other countries, this is what is happening. People must take their responsibility. Again, in connection to that, Honorable Speaker, you have a lot of real, property dealers in this country. You have Gambians that are working both in the country and abroad. They will manage to save something from their small salary to try and then buy a land on installment. You will pay after 3 years, you ask them to show you the land that you've been paying for. They will not be able to show you any piece of land. Why? Because the housing agent, the property dealers in this country, Honorable Speaker, there's a need for us to have a law. Again, I've been saying this in the Parliament, but the response from the Honorable Minister is not that aspect is not under my ministry. Yes, I know. There was a time the Honorable Minister and Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice informed me that they are working on a bill that they will bring before this assembly. It will be tabled before the National Assembly for us to look at the issues that are really affecting the property dealers, to have a law in place that will regulate their dealings. It has never happened. So these are issues. It's high time that, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Local Government address the issue of rent in this country. Average Gambians are suffering. The landlords are increasing any time that they feel like increasing. And I was equally made to understand that particularly the big stores that are on the highways, they even ask for foreign currency when it comes to payment. They ask for dollars. The legal tender in this country is $C. We must understand that one. Honorable Speaker, where I come from, that is Kiang, is one of the areas with a very thick forest, but it's unfortunate this time of the year, if you go there, just last evening I returned, people started setting the entire forest cover on fire. Again, I spoke to the Honorable Minister for Forestry and Environment. The fine attached to those that are really found wanting, or those that are really guilty of setting the forest on fire, $1,500 a fine, $3,000 is nothing. Let's look at the Forestry Act and amend it. Anytime there is bushfire, somebody must be responsible. If you cannot find the culprit, where the fire starts, in between the two villages, you sue the two alcalos. They will tell you who is responsible. This is the only way that we can solve the problem. And then the havoc caused by these bushfires, you cannot quantify it. The animals are suffering, particularly this time of the year. They find it difficult to have food. Honorable Speaker, in Kiang Central, there is off-the-road settlement called Kabada. I think since we started, in fact, there was a time, any time that I stand to talk, they will say electricity and road, that's what is coming to talk about. The issue of electricity is partially addressed. But the road that linked Quinala to the 9 off village, the villages that are off the road, the Kabada settlement of Kiang Central, are really suffering. There is a senior secondary school and a middle school in Quinala. There is a weekly Lumo, and you have a lot of people who normally travel from that end to come to Quinala and then attend the Lumo, and the students as well as to attend the junior and then senior secondary school in Quinala. But the role there, I don't know what type of role is there. It's not even a feeder role. It's not even qualified to be called a feeder role. We will find a name and then give it. Even the cyclists find it difficult to move on that road. I've been talking, I've been complaining about that road. I think it's high time. We are not asking for a tar road now, but let's do something to at least level so that people with the bicycle can at least use the road comfortably. That has been my cry. And again, you have a village again in Kiang Central, Honorable Speaker. The inhabitants are more than 10,000. And if you look at the water that they drink, it's as red as this seed. If you go to Quinala, it's really disheartening. You see the type of water that people in that settlement used to drink. So I've been calling on the Ministry of Water Resources to please help, please come to our aid, and then solve this problem. Finally, Honorable Speaker, again, the Ministry of Local Government and Land, where the issue of religious affairs is. We all know there are two religious groupings in this country, and you only know their existence when Ramadan is coming. Raudatul Majalis is this way, Supreme Islamic Council is in this way. And let me tell you that both are registered and they all have their own constitution, they are all registered. So when Ramadan is fast approaching, these people will say Monday is the day that we should start fasting. The Rauda will come and say instead of Monday it's Tuesday. So it's very, very conflicting, Honorable Minister, and I've been appealing to you, call both parties and then you discuss with them. Let's solve this problem. If indeed they are really interested in unifying the Muslims in this country, this problem by now should have been solved. We cannot afford to have two religious groupings in this country. There will come a time they can even create problem in this country. They all have their regional bureaus, they all have their regional representatives. If indeed they are sincere, if indeed they are honest enough and they are all working towards one cause, that is to satisfy God, I don't think they should be fighting. I don't think they should even be quarreling. But in few weeks' time, you will hear Rauda will say Tuesday, Supreme Islamic Council will say Monday. So Gambians sometimes, you see Muslims are lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to say. And we have a government in place. The role of government is to protect people. The role of government is to...
The floor. Honorable Speaker, I must thank God the Almighty, the sustainer, and the one who created everything into stages. And I must thank the people of Combois for the trust and confidence reposed on me to represent them in the nation's Bantaba. I must commend them for that worthiness. Honorable Speaker, obviously I must concur with my honorable member for Kiang Central, with regards to these religious issues. I think it's high time for the government to come up with a tangible solution in order to make this matter once and for all, particularly the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government. Honorable Speaker, having said that, the Ministry of Regional Government would like to be very much mindful of the situation in this country with regards to the land grabbing. Honorable Speaker, among villages, the community, and individuals, there are a lot of land grabbing in this country. And I think the ministry has instituted a land commission. This land commission should be responsible for issues related to land matters. But unfortunately, as of now, there are issues regarding to these land issues. Up to now, this matter has never been solved. I think it's high time for the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government to please come up with a solution whereby we can able to create this environment for everybody. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I must commend the Ministry for Agriculture, particularly the Minister for Agriculture. The stretch from Pirang to Faraba was a very important stretch, and I believe the Minister made a promise that she's going to do her best to ensure that this area has been constructed, and she has done that. I must commend her and thank her so very much for her commitment and foresight. Kudos to the Minister of Agriculture. Honorable, the Minister for Energy have done a great efforts, because not all, but part of the constituencies have been given electricity. And I must thank the government of the day for creating an enabling environment to ensure at least the people of the other region also deserve the national cake. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the Ministry for Water Resources and Natural Resources for giving out boreholes to so many areas in this country. If I could remember, 144 communities was benefited with these boreholes. that include my area. I must thank them so sincerely. I know all the efforts cannot be proved futile, and all the challenges cannot be solved at the same time. But we also have some achievements, and I must commend the minister and the ministry for their efforts to ensure that people have safe drinking water in our areas. Honorable Speaker, coming back to Parliament, I must thank all my colleagues. For the past 5 years, we've been interacting, very cordial relationship together, and I believe we cannot solve all the problem, but part of the problem is solved. Absolutely, I believe people are saying the partisan politics, very true, but that is not very much exercised in this Parliament, because people are very much matured enough to ensure let us work hard for the best interest of this nation. And that's what we are demonstrating, and most of the members are demonstrating. And I believe we will miss each other for the interest of good. But what is important here, let us make sure that this work for the interest of this nation. The country is bigger than everybody. Though we are coming with, we all came through party tickets, but the government goes and comes, but the state institution remains the same. The Republic of the Gambia is one. You can never change that. Therefore, it is incumbent on everybody, particularly the members. Let us all preach peace. Peace is very priceless, and nobody can go without peace. No development can be instituted without peace. Therefore, it is the responsibility of everybody, including all members here, to make sure that when you go to your constituencies, you have to preach peace. Peace should be the order of the day. I'm appealing to all members, please. On that note, Honorable Speaker, we must thank the Office of the Speaker, the Office of the Clerk, and all the staff in the National Assembly here. One way or the other have contributed immensely toward the success of this legislature. And I must thank honorable ministers, who most of the time they are always here with us, all right, and that give us some answers to certain questions that concerns them. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank everybody, and I must make sure that everybody, whosoever goes to your constituency, you have to preach peace. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it's a moment for reflection. And I will borrow from the Honorable Member for Woodley West. It's equally a moment for self-interrogation. We have served precisely 5 years. And it's the moment when we should reflect on the gains, the challenges, and the way forward. If any of us is fortunate to be re-elected, we should try in as much as possible to consolidate on those gains. And if it happens the other way around, we should be grateful to the Almighty Allah for giving us an opportunity to serve our people to the best of our ability. Honorable Speaker, I want to touch on history just a little. And that is to reflect on 3 key issues. I remember during my first adjournment debate here, I stated that we, and when I say we, that is myself and my colleagues from the same party, would be an opposition with a difference. And I am on record. Why? Being an opposition doesn't necessarily mean criticizing the government and not applauding the government for the gains, but instead, we will be ready to applaud the government, support the government should any business come before us in this chamber and is meant to address the welfare of the citizenry. We will give it all the support that it deserves. But we will also be out to criticize and cry foul if it is the other way around. And I believe my colleagues can bear with me and the followers that the issue of the road that links and the road that leads Sangha back or not. the current honorable minister, whether he'll be the person in charge by the time the 6th legislature is in or not. These two projects are there to the people of Kansala. Honorable Speaker, I remember also questioning and challenging the presence of the foreign sister forces in Fonyi. And I think what happened during the first week of February should be history, and that history is something that we will all reflect and look at the way forward. Honorable Speaker, it did not tell well, but the two key stakeholders, the Honorable Minister for Defense and Interior, are here before me. I must commend them for the interaction and the support and the collaboration during the period. I must equally thank the chair of the Defense and Security Committee, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, and the Deputy Chair of the Defense and Security Committee, the Right Honorable Halifa Saleh. That being said, I want to link and recognize the efforts of the following individuals. And to begin with yourself, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, for your intervention during that needy time to the internal displaced people. I thank you and I salute you on behalf of the people of Kansala. In the same vein, I want to recognize the efforts of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense. I equally want to recognize the efforts of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. I equally want to recognize the efforts of the Honorable Minister of Defense. And in terms of institutions, I want to recognize the efforts and the support and collaboration by the Fonyi Agency for Rural Development Fund. All these individuals and institutions have played a pivotal role in supporting and ensuring that the internally displaced people have a peace of mind during those hard moments. Honorable Speaker, I equally want to say this. The Office of the Clerk and the entire staff of the National Assembly have been very supportive, regardless of your position in the National Assembly. We thank and recognize your support. But again, I will come back to this issue of the foreign forces who are in the country. I urge and challenge the government to look to a lasting solution in revisiting whatever agreement that is there. Because, as I said, our people are vulnerable. Vulnerable in the sense that they are in between two people or two enemies. So they cannot be continued to be used as a human shield. It's unfair and it cannot happen, and we must work together to come up with a lasting solution to this problem. Honorable Speaker, I now move to a colleague, a mentor, a coach, and someone who inspired me in my work. In fact, they are two. My current leader of the party, who have once served as a majority leader in this chamber, on 2 terms, the Right Honorable Alhaji Fabakary Tombong Jatta. I must commend him and salute him for all the guidance that he has given me during the period. I want to thank the Right Honorable Khalifa Ababakar Saleh, who have declared that he is not coming back to this chamber. Honorable Speaker, here is a gentleman that I have served as co-leaders of the Inter-Party Committee. Today, the Inter-Party Committee, the partners, UNDP for that matter, is using the Gambian model to make sure that what is happening in the Gambia in terms of the manner in which the Inter-Party Committee is operating happens in the sub-region. And he can bear with me that the resident rep, Aisata told us that her colleagues in the region are asking her, how did the Gambia Inter-Party achieve the successes that they have recorded? I remember 2 weeks back when the international idea through the eminent person, Dr. Ibn Chambers, we had a meeting. And these were his words. He said the peace that was attained during the presidential election The umbilical cord of that peace is the Inter-Party Committee that warranted the sub-region to have interest to come and learn what is actually happening in the Gambia and replicate it in the sub-region. Honorable Co-Chair, I commend and salute you for your guidance, your coaching, and your mentorship. I have no regret being very close to you, and I think I am one of those MPs who have that rare opportunity of sitting with you right in your house to discuss issues of national interest. But I must challenge those who shared your T-shirts for not putting one right before me. I don't think, apart from your party mates, there is any member of this National Assembly who is close to you than me. It doesn't exist. It's our work that dictated that. And I have no regret, and the entire IPC have no regret for that close collaboration that we had with you. Honorable Speaker, we are about to witness the campaign, and this starting point is the nomination. I want to challenge myself, and I want to challenge my colleagues, that let us desist from defamatory and inflammatory language. Hate speech would not take us anywhere. Let it be campaign based on issues. That is the only thing that will move this country. And the electorate should be voting based on that. I have no intent to stand in a political platform and call the name of the people that will be contesting the elections with me. I will never do it because I believe I have tried to the best of my ability to serve my people. So I will tell them what I intend doing moving forward. Based on that, it's up to them to either vote me in back or do it the other way around. And again, the IPC, in collaboration with the organizers of the presidential debate in the United States, and the first time it happened in the Gambia, we are working with them to ensure that come the National Assembly elections, there will be debates in town halls. So prepare yourself and know that the IPC is working in close collaboration with the National Democratic Institute, NDI, to ensure that wherever National Assembly aspiring candidates are going to canvass for votes, there will be town hall debates where the electorates will be seated to listen to who really have an agenda that needs to be sold, and the electorates will buy the agenda. We are very hopeful that NDI will sponsor it 100%. In fact, tomorrow we will finalize on the arrangement. Honorable Speaker, finally, I want to thank the people of Kansala, through whom I have also tried to contribute my little quota to all what transpired in these four corners of the chamber. Without them electing me to come and represent them here, I don't think I would have had the opportunity to contribute my little quota to all what transpired during the past 5 years. By extension, I want to thank the Gambian people. Honestly, when I am out of the chamber or I am out of a radio or TV program, the amount of people that will call or we meet in the streets and they will appreciate what I have done, they are many. So I want to thank all the sympathizers. I want to thank all those who were following my deliberations in the National Assembly and in all other platforms for giving me the encouragement to be doing what I was doing during the past. But again, history has it that in the history of Fonyi Kansala, I am the second National Assembly member to represent my people in the opposition. Because the first was the late Honorable Henry Michael Jammeh. The rest were all serving in the government of the day. And I am the second person to serve in an opposition ticket in the National Assembly. But I think they have the final say to compare and contrast and see who really represented them as far as representation is concerned. Honorable Speaker, finally, I want to thank your office. I want to thank the clerk. I want to thank all the deputy clerks for the support and the collaboration during the period. And I think the honorable member for Willie West once said it here, that cabinet should know that we are in it together to move for the betterment of this country. But if they want a war between us, well, we will see who will be the winner at the end of it. I think that has actually sent a message and has given a dramatic change in the manner in which cabinet ministers were responding and reacting to issues that were posed to them by the National Assembly member. I think it has really helped them better understand that we are not enemies, but we are in it together. They have a responsibility, we also have a responsibility. And together, we can move this country to the next level. My colleagues, I appreciate working with all of you, and I know we will miss each other during the period. We pray to the Almighty Allah that may Allah help us realize where our talents lie. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Ma. I equally want to join my colleagues. I came to this house 1 year, 3 months to by-election, but in essence, I have also learned a lot through my colleagues. So therefore, I owe them to say a big thanks to all my colleagues. And I'm praying that all of us come back here, come the 6th legislature. We know the day is emotional, as it is difficult to say goodbye. But like many of us alluded here, we are praying that all of us come back. I will also plead to the government in response to the receipt we made during the last budget session in analyzing the NDP. It was made to known there that Nyamina is among the least developed constituency in the Gambia, and that today most of the ministers are here present, so I'll put it to them. This is in an event that, or as a result, Nyamina, for the last 50 years, we were less privileged when it comes to government projects and then government development. We are not privileged with a major hospital or a major health center. We are not privileged to electricity. Just recent, with the coming of this government, that we register a project on water supply, and then we also have some feeder roads that are being fixed by NEMA projects to the rice fields. But still now, there is a lot to be done in Nyamina West, and I put this to the ministers to please consider Nyamina West, since as put on the NDP, we are the less developed as for now. In that juncture, I will just also join my colleagues on this day, since this is the last day for this session on the 5th legislature, and then I say a big thank you to a few of them who serve as mentor, especially the majority, the minority, and few colleagues that were very close to me. That is Honorable Keba Jallo and Honorable Sekuba Jaju. So, in essence, I don't want to keep long. I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sabasanyal.
It's a row. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, equally I will do the same. It's just a repetition in the starting. First of all, I thank Allah for giving me the health, the well-being, and the power to participate and represent my people for the past 5 years. As many have said, it's a day of reflection. We are reflecting on the actions we have taken here, the challenges and the successes. But allow me, Madam Speaker, before going there, to thank my parents, my family, and my loved ones. On behalf of the people of Sabah Sanjal, I thank the entire Gambian people and equally thank the people of Sabah Sanjal for giving me the opportunity to represent them here in the past 5 years. I equally will challenge them and request them to re-elect me for the next coming 5 years. Madam Speaker, I thanked the entire Parliament. I don't want to segregate anybody here because everybody have really did well in this Parliament. Starting from the cleaners, from the orderlies, the support clerks, the committee clerks, and everybody, through the leadership of the Assembly Authority, the Office of the Clerk, and the Office of the Speaker. We have no other word than thank you, a big thank you to you all. Honorable Speaker, this is a hadith. If you don't thank somebody, you will not thank Allah. Therefore, as a Muslim, I thank all of you. And I started thanking Allah. If I don't thank the people individually or in group, Allah will not recognize the thank I gave for him. Mr. Speaker, what I will reflect now is the tremendous development, the tremendous changes that the Gambia achieved during these 5 years. We all can recall that before these 5 years, in 2016 and beyond, we all know where the Gambia was and how Gambia was being governed. And we also know from that point to date how the Gambia is governed. If you compare and contrast, we'll all understand or see that there is a very big development. In terms of human rights, Gambians have now seen themselves, they realize themselves, and they know their potentials. And that is why people were voting for changes. However, we cannot do everything at once because life is a continuous process. Our ancestors did their quarters and went rather. We will also do our quarter and go, and we will have successors who will continue from our stopping point. In that vein, I want to thank the entire executive through the leadership of His Excellency Alhaji Adama Barrow for having such a very formidable team who have foresight for the Gambia and initiated these laudable developments. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I am giving a big thank to that executive and appeal to them to keep or challenge them to keep that spirit or redouble that spirit because Gambia is the only place we have. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of the Parliament in supporting the executive to pursue their activities, without which we could not have achieved such developments. Specifically, Madam Speaker, if I come to Sabah Sanjal, Madam Speaker, Sabah Sanjal was in a situation where some part of the communities are completely isolated and cannot go out anywhere. Today, that is a thing of the past. For over 57 years, we were under that situation. Today, you can go anywhere to the last person at the Pangane bus there. Somebody at the far corner in the constituency can be reached within a very short time. That is a very big achievement, and I applaud this Parliament who have appropriated those funds to Sabah Sanjal. Thank you, and thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the challenge is now ours. This team of parliamentarians, Gambia must really applaud them. People are talking about partisan issues. We cannot avoid that because we are all politicians, and every politician belongs to somewhere. We came here through party tickets, but actually we don't demonstrate that during the war. One may have some strategies to influence your party issue, but that is normal. And we all take it from each other and accept it. And that has never created any chaos amongst us. If I look at other parliaments, Honorable Speaker, the way they proceed, you see people exchanging blows. It has never happened here. So that is telling us the cohesiveness that we have. And people should also learn from there and replicate the same thing among themselves. The politics is coming. We are going to the electoral process. I think we are all Gambians. If I come here as a member representing Sabah Sanjal, it's equal as if somebody coming from Sabah Sanjal again to represent them here. This is my concept. This is my principle. This is what I believe. Because anybody in Sabah Sanjal can represent Sabah Sanjal here. So it is just by destiny of Allah that any of us happen to be here. So that should not make us to see us ourselves as rivals or as enemies or people who are with different, in a different country. We have different ideologies, we have different ideas, but we are the same. So I think if we keep promoting that, the Gambia will be an everlasting place. And that is only what we need. Development is a process. We cannot just start from point one and get to the last level in a very short time, because the mindset of the people is very crucial. But Madam Speaker, before concluding, there is a pressing issue that I want to make a statement about, which is the cost of living in this country. Madam Speaker, everybody is talking about that. And the executive has the responsibility to clear the doubt, to clear the air for the citizens. The efforts that the executive is making to make sure that price are stabilized, people can get the price at a reasonable amount, should be known by the population. And that will minimize this misinformation. I think it is a responsibility to the executive to come out and explain what is happening in the market. Personally, when I make my comparison, I believe that, in fact, it is our attitude that is propagating this. Because if you look at the local products that we are growing in this country, in this country, they are far more expensive than the imported ones. Take maize, for example. A kilo of maize is costing $36. How much a kilo of rice is costing now? So, and you don't pay any tax on that maize. Just produce it from the farm to the store, to the market. So if you want to tell me the imported rice is more expensive than what we are producing here, and at the market, if you go there, you all see this. So I think the government should come out and talk to the people so that people know what is happening globally. This will also minimize the talking and the misconceptions. Honorable Speaker, before I take my seat, I will once again thank everybody and challenge myself and all of us to see Gambia as our country. The trend of politicking in this country, the way politics is going, the way people are using the media, Honorable Speaker, we should really look at it. Because somebody down there who hasn't gone to school may not be able to, segregate what is right or wrong, what is correct or false. And this is really a problem. I think our attitude also, we need to look into that. As a country, that is what we need to save our country in the way we want. Finally, Madam Speaker, I will talk to the Minister of Water Resources Although I am thankful to Allah and to the executive and to his ministry for providing some communities in my constituency potable drinking water, but there are pending projects people are really pressing, and we don't still know what are the fate of those projects. I think water is a right, and people are complaining or claiming their rights. Some boles are being drilled, but since after drilling, nothing happened. So I want to know from him, what is the way forward for those projects? Because people really need them. In some communities, they lack water for 6 months, as I'm speaking. For 6 months, they will go out of their own community to another community to fetch water just to drink. And we all believe that water is a human right. Allow us to have our right and enjoy them, please. Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I thank you very much and I beg to take my seat.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Janjanbureh.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to seize this opportunity, first of all, to thank you as the head of the National Assembly, together with the clerk and the entire staff for the cooperation we had during the 5 years we spent here. And I am unfortunately one of those who had declared that we are not coming back. And Madam Speaker, I take this singular honor to thank you all for the cooperation, my colleagues. It had been sometimes bitter between us, but we were able to submerge. And I hope and pray that for all of you who are preparing to come back, I pray that you win your constituencies and come back. And for the Honorable Member for Serekunda, who had been my head of delegation at the ACP EU, I say I'm very grateful. We had a lot of experience from you, and you have been a very good head of delegation. And I can tell that you had represented Gambia at this peak, because we were there, we saw it, we were with you. My next group of people I want to thank is my electors. I want to say that I'm very grateful, because I remember the day when they came for me to contest in the parliamentary elections. I told them that I'm not a politician, and I wouldn't want to contest, but they insisted that I should. And for those who I may not have for those who were expecting more than what I did for them, if I have not satisfied them, I'm telling them that that's my best I was able to do. And for those who think I did better than all the members of parliament who had ever served in Janjanbureh, I tell them, bravo. Well, this is what I could, this is what I did, and that's where I can stop. Madam Speaker, I just want to buttress on one thing. In Janjanbureh, there is a rice field that had been contracted out to a contractor by the Ministry of Agriculture. For the last 4 to 5 years, Madam Vice President, for the last 4 to 5 years, this rice field is not still completed. The work is still not completed. And I would definitely have loved to see that completed during the tenure of my term, but it is not possible. So please put that into consideration. And because Janjambure is very well known for rice production. And as of today, there is not a single rice field that is being cultivated. This is very sad. And I hope that will be taken care of. And the Minister for Works, who is my personal friend, who was my personal co-worker at the Department of Water Resources, Mr. Bailamin Job. We had worked together for over 20 years at the Water Resources. I have a road in Janjambure that he had promised that he was going to tar for us. And please don't forget it, because I'm not here. I seize this opportunity to thank all the members of all the committees I serve in at this National Assembly, particularly the Agri Committee, where I served as the chair. I'm very grateful to all the members who I think we had done a lot within these 5 years. And I want to thank the National Assembly, once again, this group, for the 100 million that was given to Ministry of Agriculture in the 2020. And as the minister has said it here over and over, that has gone a long way in helping them to achieve bumper harvest that year. And I hope during the next parliament, the Minister of Agriculture will be allocated enough funds. Madam Vice President, I have said it here before that this COVID, we don't know still how effective it has affected those countries where these rice are grown from. And probably that might be the cause why some of the essential commodities are getting more and more expensive. And a lot of these things, from rice growing to vegetable growing, everything we can be able to do it here and be self-sufficient in it. But somehow we try to put this into projects and give it to people to execute them, and one way or the other they fail. So I hope the government would look into this seriously, because a lot of women gardens in the provinces are without water currently. And I think member for Woolly East had always been lamenting that there is a garden in his constituency that has no water. And when it was added together, I think there were 19 or 20 such gardens. They were built by NEMA project, but there's no water supply system in them. And I hope the Minister of Finance, together with Agriculture, will sit down and look at this, because even fencing those areas is a lot of money. So if you leave it like that without water supply and it's being underutilized, then I don't think that is of great importance. Finally, I want to thank the executive. I had been seeing them here each time we meet. Although certain times they fail, but they come certain times and we give them what we think. Please, like somebody said it here, we are not enemies, we are adversaries. We are all out to ensure that Gambia develops the way we want it. And if we ask certain questions, and a lot of times, even myself, I'm part of them who would think that the speaker is helping the ministers not to answer our questions. But the idea of our asking questions is to make sure that the minister concerned and the idea that is behind the whole thing is not being distorted by people outside. That's why we insist sometimes to know some reasons why ministers are not answering certain questions the way we think. So that being the case, I will tell you, I am among those people who are thinking that you are assisting to the ministers not to answer the questions as they were. Nonetheless, this should not mean anything between us. We are all Gambians. I think every individual here has this intention that you want to see the Gambia go forward. That's our ultimate objective here. At the end of the day, like somebody was saying, the government failing. If government fails, you fail. If any government, even if you are dead opposition to everything the government does, which is not the case here. That's not the case here. How many times have we seen bills pass here? Please, not only this parliament, but even the next parliament coming, we should always be seeing Gambia as number one and not ourselves or our parties. And on that note, I'll beg to take my seat, and I thank the entire country for giving us the support, because each time you go out, people will say, oh, I saw you say this at the National Assembly. So if we had done good, bravo to us. If we hadn't done good, we are telling those people that it was not our intention to do bad. We had wanted to do good because we have this country's interests at heart. On that note, I take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen for serving for almost today my 5th year in the chambers. I said thank God to Allah, and for those who didn't reach up to today, they didn't do anything to Allah, but their times has come. This is why they have passed away. May God forgive them. Madam Speaker, I also have to say thank you very much for being with us for the past 5 years, being patient with us, being so steady during your time of session. And I also thank your staff also for assisting us. Whatever we request from them, they are always ready to assist us. Madam Speaker, here, my first day of deliberating my speech, I first spoke about my consequences of the harbor they are having on the side of the hippos. Without that, Madam Speaker, we cannot have self-food sufficiency. Hippos in our area, They are really harboring the farmers there, and they don't do it at any time, but when the produce are already yet to be harvested. Expecting the next day you will go for harvesting, you will find all the hippos has already taken all your rice, which is a problem to the farmers, and it's always a problem to us, because all the time you expect a bumper harvest, the hippos will take it. Madam Speaker, I cannot go further not to thank the Minister of Agriculture for assisting my communities for a lot of implements, such as power tillers, rice threshers, rice harvesters, and even the threshing machines also. Alhamdulillah, the Ministry of Agriculture has really assisted my community in the side of the rice cultivation areas, where they were able to get some implements for their productions. But Madam Speaker, I also thank the energy, at least for the electricity we are realizing now, at least 24 hours of electricity. Thank to energy on that, but yet still, if they can remember, Madam Speaker, I was all the time talking about others, because almost 3/4 of my communities are not benefiting electricity. And there are areas where, you know, they are always closer to Senegal, and those border villages are all the time benefiting the electricity. For them, they can just see the light, but they cannot use the light. So because of that, I still appeal the energy minister to make a follow-up so that those areas at the border can also be connected, just like we had the other villages which are in my constituency. Madam Speaker, on the side of water, according to Sabah Sanjal, I also had a similar thing. Boreholes had been drilled in my area for almost an year now, but yet still the borehole is not used. So I want the minister to set a light on that, because they are really in need of water, and it has been there for almost 1.5 years. The borehole has been drilled, but they are not using it. So the other side is about works. Madam Speaker, as far as works is concerned, in terms of road construction, these 400 kilometers we have been all the time saying in this chamber, none of my communities are benefiting it. There is no single village which this road has come through. The only place maybe they may be saying is about Nyanga Bantang, and that place is just the road to reach at the village so that it can get access to the main road. But my community of Nyani are not benefiting that road, and there is no single road which the government has already stated in my communities which the roads will benefit. So there was an year the head of state has went up to Dingirai through Ndawen, promised them that there will be a road through there, but yet still we didn't have that road construction. And even just of a recent, the minister was talking about this Batin-Hadin Highway Road and other roads. But, Madam Speaker, my constituency are not benefiting in any of the access roads. In terms of communication, as far as the mobile system or the GSM is concerned, I have been saying that also for these past 5 years. But still now, most of my villages like Saramala and Faraba and Kataba and other areas just surround the Senegalese border. They are also having a lot of challenges to get access for telecommunication. There, if you want to hear from anybody, you have to hang your telephone on top of the tree so that you can get a telephone, and it's mainly not safe. You can even climb while listening, getting the telephone to get access to it. You may even fall down. So, Madam Speaker, I also have that challenges with the communication system. The other also is about the health. I can say all these problems which have been stated here for the past 5 years, there is no single problem which has been solved. In fact, one of the presidential tour, all my communities were complaining and their needs were being said. Thank God I was there, I stood, and I told them, here are the ministers. The messages you normally tell me, I always tell them in these chambers, but none of them has been solved. And up to now, we had a very good theater at Kuntal Health Post, but that theater is not under use. And I think it's the most sophisticated, well-equipped, well-spacious theater, even in Combos here, but it's not been used. It's underutilized. So the health minister, please help us so that that facility can be used. Just day before yesterday, one of my people has a problem with, sorry to say, a hernia. Before he reached here, he passed away. It was even yesterday, I made all efforts so that that guy can return back, but unfortunately he died. So for that reason, and that facility is there, nobody is using it. So please, the health minister, we are appealing so that you can able to help us so that that health center can be used. The other aspect is about, there is a camp at Sametenda. My colleagues is not here, but we join together because there's an association they call Nyani Same Association, which they are making a follow-up so that that RSK camp, where it is located, is at Sametenda, to make it as a skill center. We are making a follow-up to it. We have even talked to the Minister of Higher Education so that it can see how best we can able to get that facility so that it can be a skill center. The tourist sector is also trying all possible means so that they can get access to that facility so that they can make it a tourist camp. But according to the community, according to the association, and according to Nyani Same, the vast majority, I can say all concerned people are interested to be there as a skill center than a tourist center. So for that, Madam Speaker, yes. So, Madam Speaker, I think these are the information I wanted to share with you. Here, we come back into politics. This year, we can say it's just at a closed door to us. The campaign is coming to start, though we are coming to into nomination. But all what I can able to tell my colleagues is that just be mindful on abuse language. Let's know that here we all are the same family. We are all the same family. So based on that, let's try to keep peace. Peace is everything. Peace is the most needed thing what we can able to achieve. Without peace, there will be no peaceful development. So on that note, Madam Speaker, I think these are the messages I wanted to say. But once again, I can only thank the Ministry of Agriculture for that effort, what they have done in my constituency. Other than that, other ministries, I'm still appealing to them so that they can also see what they can able to do for my constituency. Because there are a lot to be done, especially in terms of access road to other various villages, places like from Jakaba to Kayai via Jalmekuta, Manna, then to Jalmekoto. And the other one at Dingirai, passing through Ndawen, go to Saramalo, to Kataba, back to Wasu. So if these roads have been able to be constructed, I think it will be a free movement for us, and we can get access to the main hospital, that is the Kuntal Hospital. So on that note, Madam Speaker, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. May I say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen.
Honorable members, there's a list of 31 honorable members who are there, and we are number 13. So let's exercise patience. Everybody is recorded. You'll all have an opportunity. Eh? Thank you.
Thank you. May I say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. I thank the Almighty God and His Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. I thank my mother and my dear father. And I thank the other constituency and our chairman and the chairwoman, Lamin Bakoto. And also I thank my brother, Lamin Kanyi, which all the time with me during the struggle. And I also thank Speaker of the House, and also Deputy Speaker of the House. And also I thank the late Lamin Damundiba, who built my school in the 60s, and who was among the struggles so that the Gambia will achieve what they really want to themselves. Madam Speaker, when I heard carefully you speak, the only thing I can say, you are a mother for the past 5 years. Madam Speaker, coming to my constituencies, if you could believe with me, during the last 5 years, I was complaining about the federal from Ilyasa to Balengo. Every adjournment bed, or even the parliamentary questions, but it's very unfortunate. The ministry concerned is not very much care about it, because it's just hard to say, because he's not from that area. That's why he's not very much concerned about it. And also, Madam Speaker, you can also bear with me that almost for the past 3 or 4 years, I was complaining about these debate committees, just like the rice, that the duty on rice, we are not paying it. But still now, there's no changes on the price on duties. And also, so many people are complaining the price of the rice, sugar, and all these things. And there's not to blame customs. When I heard people blame that they're blaming custom officers. No, the custom officers, they have no hand on these on duties. The Minister of Finance is responsible for all these things in this country, because the Minister of Finance gives target to customs, and also Mr. Finance also gives them the indicated value. I told him, Mr. Finance here, if you want this thing to be reduced, there are 2 ways. Either you revise indicated value, or you reduce the duties, so that at least people are able to buy the goods, so the price will go down. And also I heard that the port also, they contribute. Because, I mean, if they revise the taxes, and if they revise also the demurrages, they all contribute on the price on the base committees. Madam Speaker, and I can only let me thank the Water Resources, Madam Speaker, for the past 57 years. From Timbung Koto, over the Caribbean, there was no water. But now, I have almost about 90% of water in my constituency. For that being the case, I thank my chairman, Mawalamin Bojang, and also my councillors, Sambunjai and Tumani, for their cooperation during this process. And also I thank Nyakasi and Jabi and his co at Water Resources. Madam Speaker, in my constituencies, I've been saying that place like Nokunda Ward, it's a big ward. But still now, there's no health facilities. The hospital in that place is all dilapidated, and I've been talking to the Minister of Health privately, but still now, there's no success in that area. Madam Speaker, and also, Kobandara Ward, there's no single health center. And that's one of the most serious things. Kobandara is a big ward. And they are a little bit far from Farafenye. And at least, I was spoken to the health minister, so that at least they can have a small health center so that they'll be able to, they can take care of the women when they're on the labor before taking them to Farafenye. And also, Madam Speaker, I think the Minister of Interior here, I told him about the Iliasa police post. Iliasa is a very sensitive area, and also is within we are not far from the border. And if there's a police post there, that's going to help the community so that they will freedom from these so many problems within the area. Madam Speaker, okay. Madam Speaker, I think it's very sad, Madam Speaker. For the past 5 years, audit report has been done here, but the Parliament didn't do anything about it. We have audit report on 2017 up to date. There's nothing has been done on it. And if you see the corruption within the civil service now, it's just rampant. Why? Because the people responsible, they don't even care to audit, to act on audit report. So well, everybody, we can say we are in a free society. Then you can do anything you like because you are not being punished by what you did without being at the ministry level. Madam Speaker, the only thing we can do, Madam Speaker, in this country, we need to change our attitude, Madam Speaker. That's the only thing, if we change our attitude, that's going to help us so that we can be more productive in this country. But Madam Speaker, when I visit Jagal Pacha, and also, Surma Sambokoi, we have enough, there are enough water, we have enough land, and there's natural resources. We can even develop this country without even importing rice. But no. I'm sorry to say, the authorities, most of them, they are self-centered. Because the amount of money, the amount of money pumped in agriculture, they can also develop this country if people if we are sincere to each other. But no. If you see, I can even the member of Jinjambure. The land of Jinjambure itself can feed the whole country, if you are committed. But that doesn't go on. And even this, what you were saying about this $100 million. This $100 million, the way and manner have distributed within society, it was even wrong. We are doing a mechanized farming. But we are doing that, we are going to give dengue to dengue or to a farmer. How can that, this isn't farming. No. But we want mechanized farming so that at least we're able to produce as much as we can do if they are committed. Madam Speaker, okay, now the transit to Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is high time now. The Gambia government, let's take a high step now against Senegal's government. Because Senegal government, they flatly block our transit trade from Guinea-Bissau to customers on the Kasu. If you remember, for the past 3 years, there are so many, thousands of containers. We are coming from Guinea-Bissau and customers, but now they block it. There's no more transit trade in this country. And they abuse and they dishonor the ECOWAS policy. And the government, they are aware of it. They don't say anything about it. So that being the case, we are now going towards election. I am warning, a strict warning. This election is for Gambians only. It is for Gambians only. I am warning my fellow brothers, if you are a Gambian, don't participate in this election. Especially my constituency, your constituency. I'll make it a protocol. If another Gambian, if you want important in election, then you can see anything you want. Because this election is quite different from the president election, Madam Speaker. Let's push for the speed. That being the reason, for that I've been Madam Speaker, thank you very much. You've been the floor.
Thank you, honorable members. I think this is a convenient time for us to take a break. Yes, for maybe we come back at 4 o'clock. Yes, it's 2:45, so that we can freshen up. We've been sitting down since morning. So we'll just suspend the sitting till 4 o'clock. We will resume at 4 p.m.
Please, Honourable Speaker. 3:30, please. 3 p.m. 3:30 p.m. Yes, so I preside today.
Maybe some of the honorable ministers may wish to go and sign, take care of some official matters in the office. So let's come back at 4 o'clock. Let's also be considerate. We're partners, as we always say. Thank you. So the sitting is suspended. Resume at 4 o'clock. Thank you. You can have your lunch.
Yes. And I have speed.
Yes. We need more water. Yes, that's true.
Thank you very much. The assembly now resumes. I hope you had a good lunch. Yes, honorable member for Banjul Central. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I will first of all like to thank the people of Banjul Central for trusting me and have the confidence to elect me to represent them here, to be their mouthpiece since 2017 to date. I am very delighted to stand here and thank them. I also like to thank the people of the National Assembly members, my colleagues, and the staff of the National Assembly, because I have learned a lot from them. I have gained a lot of experience from my colleagues and the staff here at large. It is not easy to serve people, because I believe that there are many people in my constituency in Banjul Central who are more educated than me, who are more popular than me, but the people of Banjul Central choose to elect me to come and represent them here. And I'll make sure that I'll continue to do the efforts, do the advocacy for them to have positive development and good laws in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I would like to talk about the condition of the Mile 2 prisons here. We all know that the prison is not in a very good condition. It's definitely not habitable. One main reason is the dump site next to the prison. It is definitely not fair for humans to live next to a dump site, inhaling smoke from the dump site every day, every night. It is not fair. We are not fair to them. And I believe this dump site should be, this prison should be relocated to another place. As far as the dump site cannot be relocated, the prisons need to be relocated to another place. The condition of the prisons, we all know. The rooms are not good, the condition is not good totally, and the size is very small. So we need another place which is bigger and move it there, and we need to build a modern one, a standard one for that matter, where each and every inmate will be very comfortable to serve his or her term in the prison. Even if the government cannot move it or don't have the space to build it anywhere around, I believe the juvenile prison, that is the Josong prison, there is enough space there where a new building can be built. So I'm appealing to the government to do this as soon as possible, because it is our own people who are there, and we don't even know that we will be there tomorrow. God forbid. So everyone can be there. So we have to make that place a better place for inmates to stay there for their period of sentence. Honorable Speaker, I also want to talk about government building offices, government offices. Government is spending a lot of money to pay rents. For example, the Minister of Interior, Higher Education, Women Affairs, and the Minister of Environment, they are renting. And I believe we all know that it is very expensive to rent those office spaces for per annum. It is very expensive. For example, I've mentioned this here 2 years ago about the relocation of the Interior Ministry from Banjul to Kotu. When they were in Banjul, they were paying nothing less than $300,000, and they are now paying $3 million. It is very expensive. It is on the high side. So I'm appealing to the government to build new structures to accommodate government departments, ministries, and agencies. Concerning departments and agencies, you cannot name them. Almost all the government departments and agencies are renting. So we have to do something. We have to retire from that to save more money and make sure that those monies are used into other developments. I will not forget to talk about the Christians' Lent, the Lent of the Christians. Their fasting will start day after tomorrow on Wednesday. During the third ordinary session of last year, I talked about it, that they should be given the privilege for their women to be closing at 1:30 or 2 o'clock, to be going home, for them to be able to go home and prepare food to break their fast with their families. So I'm reminding the government to make sure that this will happen this time around, because giving it to Muslims only is not fair. We are all here, we are all Muslims and Christians in the Gambia, so we have to consider them too. So I'm appealing to the government to make sure that this will happen this Lent. I also want to talk about building at least 2 other new standard and modern stadiums to be able to host in international competitions. As we all know, we will not be able to host our game with Chad in the World Cup qualifier rounds. So we have to do something to retire from these things. This independent stadium, it's more than 30 years now, and there has not been major renovation or maintenance. It has been only minor ones. And people tend to blame the management of the stadium, but I will not blame them, because government didn't give them enough funds or resources to be able to do a major maintenance at the independent stadium. So I'm appealing to the government to do that and to consider constructing other 2 new ones, one in Banjul here in the capital city and one in West Coast. At least we have one in KMC here. That will help Gambia to be participating in international competitions. We have qualified in the African Cup of Nations for the first time, and I believe we'll continue to be qualifying. And we don't want to be qualifying, playing in other host nations. We also want to be hosting. So at least government should do something so that in the near future we'll be able to host the African Cup of Nations. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that I would like to pray for each and every member here who wishes or wants to contest again in the upcoming parliamentary elections to be re-elected, because we have been working together in a very mature and in a very civilized manner. Though sometimes we tend to argue, we tend to differ, we tend to have different ideas or different beliefs, but at the end of the day, we see that Gambia is first, and we always do that. And I really want to see my friends back. We are all family. I would love to see one like Honorable Member for Bakau, who is my twin brother, who is my friend. I would also like to see my Fonyi guys, my Fonyi people, and my friend Honorable Bakem Jai, and everyone to come back to serve the people, because really we all have the intention to move the Gambia from one level to another. Almost all of us serve only one term. It is only 3 people or 4 who have served 2 terms here. So I believe the people of the Gambia should give chance to each and every member who wishes to come back or who wishes to contest to retain his or her seat to come and continue the great job that they have been doing. So I'm appealing to each and everyone and wishing everyone to have a very successful campaign. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor, and also wish to thank all my previous honorable colleagues who have spoken before me. Honorable Speaker, I might not take long because almost some of the farewell messages I wanted to say has been said by my colleagues, so no need to repeat some of them. But in a nutshell, I also wish to thank the Almighty Allah for giving me the opportunity on behalf of the people of Nyanija to serve them in the 5th legislature. And also thank God to my family as well, friends, relatives, and most especially the electorates of Nyanija. I have been their member for the past 5 years, and then I think I have served them to the best of my ability. Though there might be setbacks here and there, which you know that they are part of it. I am human. I might have errors here and there, mistakes here and there, but it's all part of it. I just want to thank them from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of my family for according me the opportunity to represent them here. I am one among thousands of residents of Nyanija who are even more qualified than me to come and serve here. But I was choosing among a lot, and then fortunately, I happen to be the chosen one. So Alhamdulillah, I thank them and then thank them profusely. I also wish to thank the National Assembly, starting from the Office of the Honorable Speaker and Office of the Clerk, staff of the National Assembly, and special thank also to my colleagues. Definitely, I see nobody here as a colleague or whatever. I see here my uncles, my dads, and my brothers, and my sisters, and my aunties, and also most profoundly my grandma, who is the one chairing, who have been our leader throughout this legislature. Definitely, I cannot say much, but just to thank you, because I have crossed paths with each and everyone here, and then I think we have a very good relationship which you know that it will continue beyond the legislative chambers here, but to the wider world, to the entire Gambian, to the entire constituents, and also villages and towns. I see everybody here as a family member, and then I wish and pray that the relationship continue from strength to strength. I know some people have made the decision not to come back, but I think the majority want to come back because we all came here in 2017 as new parliamentarians wanting to serve the people of the Gambia, and I think we've tried, we've made history. This legislature have made tremendous achievements here, and then I think we should be proud of each and everyone here. So let's continue on those agendas, and then whosoever want to come back, may Allah make it easy for all of us to come back here. And Honorable Speaker, I also wish to thank the Office of the Clerk. They are my friends. I call them my friends because they are some of them are my close friends. We do a lot of things together. And for the services that they have been offering us, definitely. It has not been easy. Sometimes you blame them here and there. You hold them. Sometimes you think they are holding brief on certain things, but that is the work. They are here to guide us technically. They are government staff. So definitely I want to thank them. Most especially my special brother, the former director of Table Office and the current deputy clerk, legislative and business, is Mr. Halifa Mbai. He's my brother. He's a family brother, so definitely I want to thank him. He has been guiding me a lot. We have been agreeing over standing on procedures and here and there, but that is it. And to the clerk, my also special friend, and also all the deputies, likewise the staff, definitely wish to thank you. I'm just telling you this is the starting, because inshallah, I think the people of Nyanija will re-elect me again, inshallah, hopefully. We are going to campaign, we are going to seek for their mandate again, and hopefully if they wish and think that I still can represent them, that is their decision, not mine, not anybody but theirs. So I wish and pray that I come back and we continue the work we started here. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to thank the government of the day because Nyanija, if you mention Nyanija in the initial, in 2017, 2018, if you stand here and talk about Nyanija, people will be looking at you and say one of the poorest constituencies here and there. But today we are proud. We are definitely very, very proud. And also we wish to thank this legislature because since independence, we have not been blessed with even a single road, a gravel road, I can say, not even tar. But due to the influence of this legislature through a supplementary appropriation, we are blessed to be allocated, and then through the Ministry of Work, and now work is going on with our road. That is from Chamen to Nyanga Bantang. Construction is ongoing, though there are loopholes here and there, but alhamdulillah it is going, and then people have started feeling the importance of that road, because now at least almost, let's say, 30% or 40% of it is completed, and then I think it is going to be completed in due course, because funds are allocated even in the 2022 appropriation, it is there. So I just wish to thank this legislature from the bottom of my heart, and also the government through the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, because there are many roads that could have been prioritized, but they choose Nyanija and above all others. The Kiangs and others have been crying and the Badibus, but they choose Nyanija. So definitely I want to thank the Ministry of Works through the Minister and the Permanent Secretary. Honorable Minister, and also we should thank other ministries, because there have been a lot of back and forth. We have been to many offices, department, agencies. We are doing it for the sake of our people, due to the complaints they give us, because we represent them, we should advocate for them. If they tell us their problems, it's our responsibility to stand and make sure we reach every corner and get the message that they are giving us to the right authorities for them to act. Definitely there was nothing personal here and there, because I remember some ministers, sometimes I used to have push and pull with them, but that is it. Sometimes it has to be done for the plight of our people to be taken care seriously. On a general note, definitely, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank my colleagues, because as I said earlier, we've done history in the Gambia. As the Honorable Speaker rightly mentioned in her communication during the morning, definitely we have done a lot, and we should be proud of each and every member of the National Assembly, especially this fifth legislature. From the service to the members, we have done history indeed. And to conclude, I want to forgive everybody, because as a Muslim, if you are with people, and then you are probably some are partying, some are taking a different direction, you need to forgive and forget what have passed. I might have offended many, because almost I can say 90% of the members of the parliament are older than most of us here. So we were young amongst you, calling you all sort of names. So I'm definitely seeking forgiveness, and from my end I have forgiven anybody who have offended me, either knowingly or unknowingly. And then in conclusion, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, 2 times, this is the second conclusion. Our pharaohs, our women, our pharaohs. This is something which you know that is very close to my heart, because I can remember every adjournment debate I will talk about this thing. For the past years, from 2017 to 2020, I think we've lost 3 lives due to the bad roads of our pharaohs in Nyanija. This is what we have. This is what we have. We cannot do away with it. We have to be going to our forests to be cultivating our rice, and so on and so forth. And we will continue to do it, and we will continue to cry to the government to make sure that it looks at the plight of our women and men in Nyanija, especially with regards to our pharaohs. Our women need special attention to make sure that they have access roads to their pharaohs. That's the main headache in Nyanija today. If you see these women struggling, entering inside these waters until they access their pharaohs, you will sometimes want to cry. But it's something which you know that they cannot do away with. This where they depend for their living, for their whatever. So definitely it's something which you know that I said I have to make as my concluding remark. This is an issue that is not solved. It is still there. We are still using our natural way of accessing our rice fields. You see women entering in waters up to their neck, going to access their rice field, both during the rainy season and also sometimes in December and January. So it's something which you know that we have to take up, and the government through the Office of the Vice President and the Ministry of Agriculture, something which you know that they have to take up and look at closely and make sure that they find ways and means of addressing it. I know it involves a lot of cost, it's a bit expensive, but I think there is nothing impossible as far as this is a country, and the country of which we are all part and parcel. So, Honorable Speaker, on that note, whosoever comes back here as a member of Nyanija, this is an issue that I will tell you to pursue, and if I come back, this is an issue that I'll continue to pursue. But everything depends on the people of Nyanija. So, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you very much. I thank you very much. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all my colleagues for being a great family for the last 5 years. And unfortunately, Honorable Honorable Sala is not around, because I would have wanted him to hear the nice words that I had for him coming from the bottom of my heart. He's been a mentor and a great teacher, and just seeing him on the floor was heartwarming, because we knew that the assembly was in good hands. It would have been great to see him back, not only as a member, but as a speaker of this parliament. I think that would take this parliament to where we would want it to be. We thank him from the bottom of our hearts for the services to the nation. I would also want to thank especially my minority leader, who's reservedly been a great leader and a great friend to me. Honorable Minority Leader, I thank you. Special thanks goes to my constituency, Banjul South, for having the trust and giving me the opportunity to serve them. I stood under a party, but my campaign was driven by the community, Team Tahawal Banjul, whom I must mention before my last day in the 5th legislature. I must thank them immensely. And to the women of Banjul, I give them special thanks. Being only 3 elected members, female elected members in this parliament, I tried my best to open the gates for more women to come. Yes, the Gambia has been blessed with female vice presidents, with now a female speaker. I think we've had 2 or 3, if I'm mistaken, female speakers. But I think 2022 has been the first time that an attempt has been made in this great nation of ours to empower women by opening the doors and enlarge the number of female representatives in this parliament. Unfortunately, it was negated against our own standing orders. Madam Speaker, my journey started in 2017 when I was voted in office. In August 2017, I established my foundation, named after my beloved grandparents and the street that I grew up in, called Yai Denton. And through that foundation, I empowered women, children, and the vulnerable people of Banjul. And I proudly stand here to say that I have 5 students at the University of the Gambia. I have 8 students at MDI. I have 12 students at the Presentation Girls Vocational Center. Madam Speaker, all that has been through the salary that I have collected from the last 5 years in this August Assembly. Madam Speaker, when I decided to run for office, it wasn't to look for a job. It was to share some of the privileges I had growing up, knowing that there is no structured welfare system in this country. Madam Speaker, I came to this parliament thinking that I could be part of the change to help change some lives of people in my constituency. And thank God, I can at least say that I have done my part. Madam Speaker, as a woman, I do not want to be seen as the tree hiding the forest for other women. Madam Speaker, I always look forward to being in the forest and looking at the interest of all other women. Sometimes I feel grateful that I have never seen hardship in my life. That doesn't mean I do not feel hardship of other people. Madam Speaker, that was the reason I gave up my job to be a representative of the people. And Madam Speaker, I have not regretted coming to this parliament. I have not regretted knowing the people that I know today, being exposed, Madam Speaker, internationally and domestically. Madam Speaker, the reason I said I thank people of Banjul South is not because they elected me, but because they also became my sons and my daughters. Madam Speaker, we have witnessed many bills like you have listed, the Pensions, the Persons with Disabilities Act, the Women's Enterprise Fund, Madam Speaker, the CRC, and all that. Unfortunately, the CRC was thrown out from this assembly. And like my honorable member, my honorable colleague from Banjul North always keeps emphasizing, we pledge to ourselves to see a new constitution. Madam Speaker, in 2016, when we ushered a new government, we promised the people some changes. Madam Speaker, the Constitution was one of them. Civil service reforms were one of them. Security sector reforms were one of them. Madam Speaker, I would love to see a Gambia fulfill all those promises. And I promise myself, when I come back, Madam Speaker, I will take up from the Constitution Amendment Bill that was started, and I would make sure that it becomes law, Madam Speaker, to open the gate for more women to come to this parliament. It's not only coming to this parliament. More women coming to this parliament give more opportunity, give more economic development, and hence country progression, Madam Speaker. We have signed international protocols that call for women empowerment. Madam Speaker, we did not only sign them for the sake of signing them. We signed them to make sure they are implemented. Madam Speaker, I would feel ashamed to go back to the women internationally, face them, and tell them that our bill to empower women was thrown out. Madam Speaker, I think as women, we must try and endeavor to work and empower women. And I promise myself I will always do that. Madam Speaker, like I said, what we do, we made sacrifices, Madam Speaker. And elections is coming. People are going to tick the boxes as to what we had contributed in our respective constituencies. I am proud to say that during my tenure, Madam Speaker, His Excellency the President has repaired the streets of Banjul South. Yes, it is through government, but it is also under my tenure. And I will also take ownership, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, nothing is done by the government without the approval of the budget. Madam Speaker, it is through here that the government can fulfill all their obligations. So it is a partnership. We disagree to agree, but the disagreement is not personal. It is for the country's development. Madam Speaker, I am a person of integrity. I stand my grounds, I respect my principles, and I don't compromise what I stand for, because I believe that if a person believes in something and compromises what they believe in, then that person is not genuine. And I personally do not compromise what I believe in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you also mentioned that we enacted 53 bills into law, including the appropriation bills, which we do annually. But Madam Speaker, the private members' bills that we passed in this assembly, one of them thanks to our Honorable Minority Leader, people might say that one of them directly benefited us. So that was done for us, Madam Speaker. What I would want to see the 6th legislature do is to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we come up with private members' bills, like Honorable Woolley West said, to make sure that people that we represent understand what we talk about in this August Assembly. Madam Speaker, 80% of Gambians in the rural areas do not understand English. We are sitting here basically talking to ourselves. And when we go, they see us on TV with the mic red. They say, oh, deputy, they don't know what we are saying. So, Madam Speaker, we should also look into that, Madam Speaker, and make sure that what we do does not represent our parties, but reflect directly on the people that we represent. Madam Speaker, Gambia is a very poor country. But if we look at our officials, you will think that Gambia is a rich country. Madam Speaker, the cars that our officials drive, the way that we lavish the mega resources that we have, Madam Speaker, like Honorable Woolley West has said, we can be a developed nation if there is the political will, if we have good governance. But Madam Speaker, we are still not in the right trajectory. Madam Speaker, for me to have taken my salary for the last 5 years to complement the social security service, social security system that a government should have done, Madam Speaker, is quite sad. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, we have a private clinic. I have an account at that clinic, Madam Speaker, for people in my constituency. Few months ago, Madam Speaker, we had a child that was stabbed in my constituency. He had surgery, and he was being fed by a tube, Madam Speaker. 2 days later, he was discharged from the hospital. We found him at home, Madam Speaker. We had to pay for his hospital bills in a private clinic, and it should be government's responsibility. But because the people of Banjul South trusted me to represent them, Madam Speaker, I could not watch that child die. Had it been my child, I would have treated them. That's why I treated. So the honorable ministers are here. Please, let us be truthful to our oaths. Let us look at our portfolios. Make sure that we serve this country. Make sure that we look at the children of this country like our own, treat them with the resources of this country, not treat these resources as our own, because they are not ours. They are something that we share, something that we must protect for the interest of our citizenry, not for our own personal interest. And Madam Speaker, last but not the least, I am urging for Banjul South to go out. I got 58% of the votes last time. I want 80%. And Madam Speaker, be rest assured, if I come back, I will serve them better than I did my last 5 years. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable nominated Member Seka.
very much, Ma. As the saying goes, that every good thing, whether good or bad, must come to an end. This is how Allah created this world. Maybe if we go to next world, we all go to Jannatul Firdaus. It will not end. But this world, everything must end. Whether we like it or not, whether we do something good, people like me, I may be doing something very bad in this National Assembly. But look at it, now it is ending. I may be doing something very good in this National Assembly, but look at it, it is ending. So, that being the case, I thank Allah the Almighty for allowing us to be here up to this time. We were here in 2017. Nobody knew. We didn't know each other. Me, the only people I knew were Honorable Banjul South, Honorable Banjul Central, and Honorable Banjul North, and Wuli, and then Serekunda, and then only few people. Yakuba, I didn't know Yakuba that much. The same thing happens to Kadi. I didn't know Honorable Nyasi. I didn't know Honorable Baji. But look at it, now we are families. We are families. We know each other for 5 good years. What were we doing? What was the legacy that we were talking about? And what about the history that we were all talking about? Anytime I stand here to make an adjournment debate, I talk about legacy, I talk about priorities, I talk about strategies, you name them. But now I am happy that when I listen to the radio, I hear people talking about priorities. I say, aha, now it is coming. So that is the essence of it. That is the essence of it. And I thank the National Assembly members, everybody, starting from the service. I'm not counting anybody's name, but I want to thank everybody for allowing me to leave a good legacy, which is the Disability Act. It is ours. If I happen to be talking throughout, I also thank the government as well. Because if I happen to be standing here talking, and deaf ear was given to it, things will not work. We have seen some things that are given deaf ear. Things are not working. We have to be honest. I thank His Excellency the President for putting the trust on me. I'm not the only person with disabilities here. And I am a woman. I have a visual impairment. But with all that, I was nominated to sit here. If I am talking, I don't know who is looking at me. But if people are talking, I cannot see them. But if I am talking, everybody will look at me and know that this is the one who is talking. So that being the case, I thank everybody, and especially the President, for nominating me. Because if you look at, for me, all the constituencies are my constituency. Because if you look at all the constituencies, there are persons with disabilities. And I can remember my late chairperson, Mohamed Kora, may his soul rest in perfect peace. When we went to social welfare, and I found that it was only physically challenged that we are catered for, it came to my mind and I asked, Mohamed, why is it that only physically challenged are catered for? What he told me was that this is not from the government. This is from Emos Foundation in Sweden or Denmark. Though these are the ones who are sponsoring. So I said, what about our organizations? What are we doing? He said, if you see us having all this little development, it's because of our organizations. I said, and what about the government? He said, you are much younger, but you always ask questions. So for me, that is why when I came here, I was thinking about all these questions that I was asking to my late president, Mohamed Kora. He was our president of the Gambia Organization of the Visually Impaired, and then after the chairperson of the federation. We started the federation. By that time, I was much younger. Wherever they're going, they always come and pick me up. Sometimes my parents will say no. And Mohammed will sit, Honorable Serekunda will witness me. They will sit to make sure that my parents allow me to go. I was not the only the only persons with disabilities. But wherever we go, people will want to see me and they just want me to go. It's not me, it's the Gambians. The Gambians who made me what I am and who I am today. So I will leave no stone unturned by putting my efforts, my abilities, everything to the Gambia. Even if I know that if I do something, I will die, I make sure that I do this development and die. So, that being the case, we are all here, and today is our last session. Hopefully, some of you may come back. Hopefully, some of you may not come back. But what I am praying is that may all of you here, stay in this fifth legislation to be back, including the speaker, everybody to come back and we be together. Because we need another term, because of what we started, it has to be completed. Look at what we started. We started to call the finance minister to come here and sit the whole day sweating. We asked him questions. What is this? What are we going to do with this? We call Her Excellency, the Vice President, to come here sweating. We ask her questions. And these are very diplomatic people. So, as everybody used to say, this National Assembly is not a small thing. For me, I was thinking that ministers are higher. Because when I was nominated and my people came to me, everybody came to me, and what they were telling me is that this is the first thing, you may be a minister. And I was so happy. I tell them, amen, amen, I will be the minister. But when I came, I knew that I don't want to. If I am going away, let me not be a minister. But what I did, where I am now, is higher than being a minister. So, hoping and praying that this Gambia, we live in harmony. Honorable Speaker, peace is priceless. And politics should not make us to be enemies. We should not be enemies. If we create any chaos in this country, persons with disabilities are around, elderly people are around, people will not have food to eat. And do you think those persons who created this, where will they put themselves? Me, I will never forgive anybody on earth who is creating chaos in this country for us to have otherwise. Because our people are here. We want to enjoy our Disability Act. And we want to make sure that we have a good policy in this act so that persons with disabilities will enjoy. But if we want to create problems, do you think persons with disabilities will enjoy our act? We will never. And any other thing that happens, nobody will enjoy the Gambia. And the Gambia has been a smiling coast, and we want it to continue to be a smiling coast. I am calling for everybody, including myself, to nurture peace. After nurturing peace, then we look for ways and means of creating development. Development is very essential. We need nothing but development. We need our country to be developed. We don't need the social medias where persons will go and insult each other. That is not what we want. Insulting will never create any development. Insulting will create hatred. Bad hate speeches will create hatred. And that is what we are all looking forward to. If you talk about development, let's talk about sustainability. Sustainability. In our hall, we have started it, but I don't think I'll be able to continue. We have started to expand it for sustainability. But I cannot continue, and I'm looking forward for even the president to come across and see what he can do for our hall, for Govi Resource Center. We have a hall where you know that it was started by some philanthropists. And then later on, I also involved, but I cannot do it all. Now what is left is the toilets and then some finishing. Maybe people will go there and visit and see what I am talking about. And everybody, the vice president, the ministers, everybody should go to Govi and see what we are doing there. Because we don't have any other place for persons with disabilities. Even the federation is hosted by Govi. Do you know why? We were all together. Persons with visually impaired, we were together. We came to, even if we have our meetings, we'll make sure that we contribute for our organizations to develop, plus the philanthropists who are coming, and plus some other supports from the tourism industry. That is where we are. Even for the federation to have their land is a problem. The federation is hosted by Govi. And do you know why it is hosted by Govi? We open our hands for people to come. Some persons with disabilities may say some words that they should not even say, but I will not mind them. I'll make sure that persons with disabilities will prosper. And that is what I will put in mind, whether my mom and dad are insulted. Because I want persons with disabilities to prosper. Do you know why? The mighty diabetes is here. The mighty hypertension is here. Everything is here. Accidents are here. And persons with disabilities, if this country is full with persons with disabilities, who will help us? It's better we rehabilitate that if you have a disability, there must be other avenues where you know that your disabilities will help you. So that being the case, whoever has a disability, if we have a good disability rehabilitation center, persons with disabilities will not be isolated anymore. And this is my wishes. Even if I am dying today, I go home and die at home. Let everybody call persons with disabilities to come and pray for me. And then what you will write, to put it in my graveyard together with it, that all persons with disabilities should be prosper. And we all here, all of us, in one way or the other, we all have disabilities in one way or the other. Some are short, some are tall, some are absent-minded, some are hot-tempered. It happens. And when all those things happen, you have at least one type of disabilities in one way or the other. Some are short-sighted, some are long-sighted, some are totally blind, some are visually impaired. Look at what is happening. Sometimes you grow up with your limbs, and all of a sudden one of them is gone, or even two, or your leg and your hand is gone. So where are we? It's only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who is capable of what he is. Who is capable of what he is. That being the case, I want to thank my family, my husband, my child who have been with me since childhood. Wherever I go, he will follow me. Matan, thank you. May Allah pay you. Wherever I go, you are with me. I thank you very much and hope that your children will do this for you. I thank everybody. Everybody I thank. And it is always difficult to say goodbye. But we have to say goodbye to each other. And whenever we meet each other, we will make sure that we embrace each other. Let us have that in mind. Keep on embracing each other. Even we continue with our group chat. We chat that we are from the National Assembly. We were the 5th legislature. I thank my husband sincerely. Wherever I go, sometimes he will follow me. All my children, they all follow me. They will not say that my mom has a visual impairment or whatever. They all take me as their role models. And we have seen some people, some children of persons with disabilities. That is why I always say that we want to assist them. Because I know what is happening. I know what is happening. Wherever you go, you see persons with disabilities. We are at the bottom of the table. Persons with disabilities are at the bottom of the table. That is why we need representation. We should have representation everywhere. We should advise, we should make sure that everywhere we are, they make sure that we are put in that place. Some of us, at least, who know something, at least, to advise the government, the NGOs, everywhere, to make sure that persons with disabilities can do something. Do you know why? We do our work wholeheartedly. And we have good minds for everybody. Let us have good intentions to work.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. It's okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Minority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me also thank the Almighty God for giving me the strength and health to serve the people of Nyamina Dankunku in this 5th legislature and the 4th legislature, because I'm a second timer. Honorable Speaker, I thank you, thank the Deputy Speaker, the Majority Leader, and my colleague. Honorable Speaker, I would also thank the Cabinet Ministers who are always present with us when we are discussing the cause of this country. Honorable Speaker, I would also thank the Office of the Clerk, who are our technicians, for a job well done. They are never tired. As long as we are here, we are with them. Honorable Speaker, I will also thank the media fraternity, because whatever we discuss here, without them, it cannot be disseminated to the general population. And they have been here also with us for all time. Honorable Speaker, your farewell statement almost covered whatever we are discussing here, because you've been the head of the institution. Actually, if you give a farewell statement, it will actually cover everything that we are discussing here. I have been listening since in the morning. All those who spoke actually seem extracted from your farewell statement. So I thank you for that. Honorable Speaker, this assembly came in April 2017 with 6 political parties, 1 independent. Up to date, Honorable Speaker, we are working harmoniously to see how this country develops. As you mentioned in your statement, 53 bills were passed in this assembly for the past 5 years. And any member who approves any of this bill, his intention for the bill to improve the lives of the Gambian people. None of us went for election just to see that your constituency is underdeveloped. We all came here to make sure that our constituency, we represent the people who elected us. Unless and until maybe the issue of caste, lack of enough caste for the state. This is why today other members, their area is being developed. Then you have other members, their area is not developed. And then I think the executive who are responsible of policies and program will try to look at that trajectory of development. Honorable Speaker, I will come back and thank my colleagues. For the past 5 years, we are here. We have seen other parliaments where you have only 2 political parties. You see the controversies that happen in those parliaments. But here, I can say it is very difficult for you to see any of us actually even arguing bitterly. And then I think, thanks to our beautiful culture too, it also actually may actually improve certain things. Because if I should look at the Honorable Member for Nyani, the first thing I would consider what is within me and him is whether he is older than me or I'm older than him. This is how we approach here one another. Honorable colleagues, I thank you. Whatever was presented here at the floor of the House, for me, I believe there was nothing like partisan. It depends what is the opinion of the member on what is presented. If it was about partisan, always we will have chaos within this assembly, but that does not exist. Honorable Speaker, I would still thank the members of the National Assembly of the Gambia. If we know the burden, I serve as a member of parliament for 2 terms. National Assembly members of this country, Honorable Speaker, they are everything. The member for Banjul South have already outlined some of the issues, some of the sponsors he was doing. There is no National Assembly member here in this assembly. In one way, you did not pay for a hospital bill or you did not pay for a scholarship. In one way, either you develop a foundation or they will come individually, you give them their go. This is how the National Assembly members of this country survive. It is very hard. Any of the National Assembly to sustain, to go with his salary for 1 week, 1 week is finished. They serve as fathers, they serve as mothers, they serve as brothers. Honorable colleagues, I thank you for your fantastic representation. Honorable Speaker, when you read your statement, you outlined some challenges. These challenges, I will throw it to the finance minister, who is a very close working mate of the National Assembly. I don't think it will be fair for us to be looking for a donor to come and build offices for members. Let us use state funds. Let us use state funds to build offices for National Assembly members. And then I think the finance minister is here sitting down. I believe by his next budget, he will try and then have a development budget for the National Assembly, for this National Assembly, so that members of parliament who is representing the population of this country are having offices where they can work without any hindrance. You find them here, even when they engage their, their constituent members here, you will find them sitting at the corridor there. Or we will all go and then fit on in the 2 offices we have. I think it is high time for the executive, definitely, especially the finance minister, you consider factoring in the budget. If not, by next time, maybe you will find it difficult to pass your budget. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we have enacted 53 bills. Motions, we did not calculate motion and grants. We have seen the massive development that happened in this country for the past 5 years. You can start it from Basse. You can count series of infrastructural development that has happened in this country. And it could have not been happened without the approval of this National Assembly. This is why sometimes, if you see the electorate are accusing their National Assembly members, you don't do anything, sometimes it's funny. Because any development that happens in this country, any development, whether infrastructure whatsoever, it must be approved here. And the approving is done by all of us. So any road construction that is done in Basse, a member of all entire constituencies definitely contributed. Because there was no a day the executive came with their policy that is affecting the member for Woodley West. I said, no, it's because it is affecting the member for Woodley West. I disagree. We don't operate like that. So, Honorable Speaker, I think I will not definitely belabor the House. You have a lot of members, but I think this is what I have to say. I will be actually very precise. It's just to thank my colleague. Again, we are going for election. Honorable members, if it was not the law that, okay, we all have to go back to recontest the election, it was just to handpick. We are all going to come back, because I don't see anything that happened for the past 5 years, maybe that would warranted some of us actually not to come back. We were here, all what we are doing here is to make sure that the interest of the country is achieved. Honorable Speaker, before I take my seat, I will join my colleague also to congratulate the member for Serekunda. We all see for the past 5 years, not only that, in fact, before he came to Parliament, we see how he definitely stands for his country. There was a time when I heard him speaking, saying, at the age of 15, he started struggling to see that this country have developed to a level, we have a better system of government or a better development in this country. And then, Honorable Speaker, I think whether it will be you or any the incoming speaker, it's high time we develop an insignia so that veteran people like this, if they are going, they are decorated with that insignia, so that any time they found that insignia in their table, their memory will actually refresh what has happened back. And then I think you, Honorable Speaker, you can definitely start with it. You start with a signature, any of the veterans who are going, he is decorated with his insignia. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all congratulate you for the wonderful statement you made this morning in this Parliament. The statement covers almost all aspects of the life of this Parliament within these 5 years. You highlight the challenges and the success. The statement is a wonderful one. So I thank you very much for ably delivering this statement of this nature to the outgoing parliamentarians. And this is history, this will remain as history. Madam Speaker, after having said that, let me also thank the Office of the Clerk, together with all other serving members, officers under him in this administration. They have done well. We are with them for 5 years, and then at least they have done their best, giving the National Assembly members the opportunity of training and so many other opportunities that one can arrange for your National Assembly. I am most grateful to the clerk and the entire staff of the National Assembly. Madam Speaker, National Assembly is a very, very important institution. Without National Assembly, nothing works in the country. So as a result, I think government should look into the welfare of National Assembly members, especially with regards to their office accommodation. This is very important. National Assembly members without office accommodation is certainly uncalled for. And I'm appealing to the government. The Vice President is here. Here with us. I think this is an issue that they should certainly take up to make sure that National Assembly members' welfare have been looked into. Madam Speaker, after having said that, I think I will come straight onto the issue of health, Madam Speaker. Health in this country is really a problem. We have been hearing people complaining almost all over the health situation, all over our health centers, our hospitals are under-equipped. The materials are not there. So it is the responsibility of the government to make sure that at least these problems are seriously looked into, because health is very important for any nation. Madam Speaker, having said that, I will go straight onto the Ministry of Petroleum Energy. Madam Speaker, mining is under the ministry, and mining is our resources. It's our natural resources of this country. If a license is issued to an ordinary citizen to mine our sand, our natural resources, I think government should certainly look into this issue and to try to review it, especially with the black sand at Kombo Sanya. Mining should give this country a lot of money that the country will use to carry out some of our developments. But if it is in the hands of private people enriching themselves, government is struggling for its development programs. We go in for loans and grants. When our natural resources is here, we give it to people to exploit it and enrich themselves when the country is suffering. I think this situation needs to be revisited and looked into. It's a very important issue. We can develop this country with some of our resources if they are properly managed. Madam Speaker, on the side of the Defense and Security, Interior Minister, Madam Speaker, when this unfortunate incident happens in Buyam, Komponyi Kansala, the Committee on Defense and Security sees it as a matter of urgency. We take it upon ourselves to invite all the security heads, including the two ministers, Minister of Interior and Minister of Defense. They all came with their technicians, including the Director General of NIA, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of this country, and all senior officers, including IGP. The Committee on Defense and Security, all members take this matter very serious, and all of them were in attendance. The issue was discussed. What is the cause of this? And some explanations were given. Madam Speaker, it is the Parliament that should make this country to move. After having done that meeting, so many recommendations were made. They have explained themselves to the best of their knowledge and the cause of this unfortunate incident that's happened. It is indeed a situation where we all should not allow such a thing to happen in this country. The security of this country lies with our security officers, Minister of Interior and Minister of Defense. So as a result, they should try to make sure that things should not happen that will bring problem in this country. And now meeting with them, they were very honest with us. They have given us explanations, the explanations that are satisfactory, and the entire committee members, including the vice chair of the committee, Honorable Sala of Serakunda, was in attendance. Every member of the committee was in attendance because we take it as a matter of urgency, and it's a very important issue affecting or happening in our country. Madam Speaker, having said that, I will go to the Ministry of Local Government. Madam Speaker, there are a lot of land problems in this country, especially some of the alcalos are issuing land that cause a lot of problems between the people. The Minister of Local Government should certainly look into this issue to try to regulate, to put in a mechanism that will bring about peace in our country. There are a lot of land problems in this country that are to be solved. After having said that, Madam Speaker, I go to Gamtel, Madam Speaker. Gamtel in the First Republic is one of the best in this country, in the sub-region. One of the best in the sub-region. Our own telecommunication company, Gamtel. But where we are today, what is happening with Gamtel? Even the proper internet service cannot be provided to the Gambian people. When the other private companies came in and they developed themselves, they go up to a level whereby they provide an effective service more than our own national company. I think something is wrong somewhere. We need to make sure that, or the government needs to look into this issue very seriously to make sure that at least Gamtel is back on the track. Madam Speaker, agriculture is the backbone of this country. That's the common saying. And without agriculture, without developing agriculture, investing on agriculture, Madam Speaker, we still have a long way to go. A nation that cannot feed itself or its citizens, when of course we have the potential. Our river Gambia is there for us. Our land is there for us. But what is happening? What is the problem? I think government should seriously consider agriculture issue, because this is only the way out that will help this country to develop. If we cannot feed ourselves, all what we are eating is imported things coming from abroad, taking all our foreign exchange. How do you expect us to develop? We cannot develop on grants and loans. They will help. They will help. They will take part of it. But I think we should try to look into agriculture very seriously. The river Gambia is there. Our rice cultivation areas, for instance, CRR alone can feed this country. But what's happening, Madam Speaker, any project that comes into this country, the sustainability is a problem. After some time, it will all go on down. Let's try to call a national conference of a program feeding the nation under the Ministry of Agriculture, and all stakeholders to be engaged, including this Parliament, to draw a program that will help us to develop agriculture in whatever means. If we cannot do that, we are just wasting our time. We have to feed ourselves. The land is there, the water is there. We can grow rice and feed ourselves. We can grow maize and feed ourselves. We can grow coos and feed ourselves. Why still banking on these foreign aids and loans? I think something needs to be done on this matter. And I think the only problem, government should try to call a national conference, Operation Feed Your Nation, so that at least we will be able to solve some of our problems. Madam Speaker, coming on to Environment Minister, Madam Speaker, our forests are all destroyed and there is no replacement. I think tree planting exercise of each and every citizen of this country should be carried out so that we can rehabilitate our forests, bring our forests back to the conditions in which it should be. People make money out of our forest, destroy our forest, and as we now here, I am standing here, all our forests are all been destroyed. People are talking about even Kiang West. The forest there is being destroyed by individuals for making money for themselves. This country, what is happening, Madam Speaker, I think we see ourselves first than Gambia. That is our problem. And then we should try to avoid that. Change the attitude to make sure that at least we develop this country. Madam Speaker, having said that, I think I need not to take take the whole time of the House. I think you have indicated the job of this Parliament for the past 5 years, what this Parliament has done. In your statement, I think anybody who listens to this statement will know that 5th Legislature Parliament has done wonderfully well. And the Parliament is a very strong institution. And of course, our institutions in this country need to be strengthened. They need to be strong. If we had strong institutions, government comes and go, politician comes and go, but institutions remain. In the US, President Donald Trump was a strong somebody, but he cannot penetrate the institutions. Institutions are there. Some of the things that he wants to do, he wants to interfere with some of the institutions, but he cannot because they are strong. I see no reason why Gambia also should not have a strong.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Honorable. Your time is up. Your time is up. Yes, the microphone won't work. Your time is up. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
This trust is second to none. I want to thank them profusely for having the confidence in me to serve them. Honorable Speaker, grant me leave to quote King George. It goes like this. The highest distinction that one can boast of is service to people or service to one's nation, unquote. Honorable Speaker, all of us are winners, all of us are champions in our various domains, because we have served our country for the past 5 years meritoriously, with distinction. And Honorable Speaker, this is why my people have allowed me to throw my heart in the ring for the second time. And I'm greatly indebted to my people of Jara East constituency. Honorable Speaker, having said that, numerous speakers before me spoke so eloquently about the performance of your honorable office. And I also want to stand on those protocols, existing ones, to also pay homage to your high office. Honorable Speaker, it was said by the Bard of Avon, Shakespeare, in Romeo and Juliet, that parting is sweet sorrow. And Honorable Speaker, the longest journey must come to an end. This is precisely what we have come to, the end of the journey. Honorable Speaker, it must be understood beyond all reasonable doubts that life itself is transient. It's not perpetual, neither is everlasting. everything must come to a close. As we bid farewell to our constituents, to our fellow compatriots, we equally implore them to allow us to come back, I mean all of us, to these hallowed chambers and continue our effort of nation building. Honorable Speaker, during the course of my work here as a NAM, representing my constituency, I must have trampled on the toes of my colleagues, assembly staff, either advertently or inadvertently. That is human. If that is done, I want to say humbly that I'm sorry. I want to offer my unreserved apology to all and sundry. And I equally want all and sundry to forgive me if I trample on your toes, either advertently or inadvertently, because I'm just human. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I happen to be the chair of the Environment Select Committee and also head of delegation for the PUIC. And I work very closely with my flock, my members. And I must have offended them, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And I know they too must have offended me, whether knowingly or unknowingly. But like I said earlier, I'm just human. I want to ask for your undeserved forgiveness, as I am willing to forgive you. Honorable Speaker, diaspora. I must thank the diaspora branch of my constituency known as the Jara East Consortium. These people are the movers and shakers. They have done a lot for me. And I must thank them profusely for displaying a second to none solidarity to my humble self. I am deeply grateful to them. And I want them to continue on the good work that they have started. Honorable Speaker, National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, when I was coming here, I came here with the motivation, principally to serve my country. And I believe fervently. I have done my utmost best. This must not be misconstrued as Honorable Ture trying to blow his own trumpet, but I believe fervently that I have done my very best, although I'm not in good position to gauge my performance. But this is why my people gave me a chance to come back and serve them diligently. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Office of the Speaker, together with the Office of the Clerk. I enjoyed working with these two noble offices for the simple reason that when I came here as a green leaf. I was trying to find a foothold, but thanks to your guidance, your assistance, you have assisted me greatly, and that I'm able to have a foothold. I'm not a mere foothold, but a strong foothold. And I want to thank you profusely for that guidance. Honorable Speaker, Office of the Speaker, I cannot thank you enough. You will recall that I'm the Deputy Majority Leader, as an understudy to my leader, Honorable K.K. Barrow. I used to perform some of the tasks of your office. And I used to perform some of the tasks of Honorable Member for Combo South. Honorable Speaker, those works have really exposed me, and they have given me a wider world view, of which I must thank you. It has enabled me to interact with diverse people in various fields. And that has also widened my world horizon. But that being the case, I must thank you profusely for also availing me the opportunity to step in your shoes, even though it's a bigger one for me. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, National Assembly elections is just at the corner. Honorable Speaker, we have a nation to build. And all of us, including our state functionaries behind me, top government functionaries, all of us share a common denominator. That is, we are all Gambians. That Gambian factor must be considered at all times. Gambians, Madam Speaker, will agree with me that by nature we are quite pacific, peaceful, and peace-loving. And peace is a priceless commodity. This is why all of us must work assiduously in ensuring that we eschew violence at all costs. Because peace is proper, violence is horror. And I'm calling on all Gambians to go into the election with consciousness, because we are a conscious lot, and we belong to the conscious class. In any contest, Madam Speaker, there must be a victor and there must be a vanquished. Those who emerge victorious, yes, you are free to bask into the euphoria of your victory, moderately. And those who happen to be vanquished, to concede defeat and try next time. Because ultimately there must be a winner. Ultimately, there must be a winner. Honorable Speaker, elections, especially national elections, are meant for nationals of a particular country. And our election is no exception. So I want to urge the government to make sure this election is principally meant for Gambian nationals, only Gambian nationals. Because one thing we have to understand, I have my bullet here, my voter's card. Honorable Speaker, I possess this because I'm a Gambian. So it's going to beat my imagination if somebody happens to possess this who is not a Gambian. I believe all of us must try and work very hard in making sure that only Gambians, bona fide Gambians, cast their tokens come April 9, 2022. That will diffuse tensions. It does not require much intelligence to say, yes, only Gambians are allowed to vote. And make no mistake, by telling me that whoever possesses a voter's card, you have the right to vote, you don't allow a foreigner to vote in our elections. That should be a no-go area. And in loving your country is to stand for your country and side with the truth, so that history will judge you favorably. So I believe all of us will work very hard in making sure that this election is hitch-free, and that this election is trouble-free. We can do it. We only need the audacity of hope to do it, and that is in abundance as Gambians. Honorable Speaker, no Gambian will interfere in the elections, even of our sister republic, because we belong to the conscious class. We are a conscious lot. And equally, we must never allow other nationals to come and partake in our electioneering campaign or even voting. That is bad. Madam Speaker. It does not matter whether we are told the powers that be, but truth must be told that we must never allow that. This election is earmarked principally for Gambians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Bunduka Kunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I will first want to say to Gambians and people of Bundu that I am very sorry if I did not perform to their expectation. It was in 2017 when they elected me to represent them here. And in 2017, I went to a village called Jara Sankuya, and as I was passing, I saw a hut, an old one, which I decided to visit out of curiosity. And I met an old woman there. I said to myself, before I leave, or I completed my first term, this old woman and all the less privileged people in the Gambia, lives or conditions are upon us to change. And this last December 2001, when I passed by, I found out that nothing in her condition has changed. I begin to question, I begin to ask myself, how many Gambians' lives remain the same as they are since we took office? That means we still have a long way to go. We have, though you, in your deliberation, you mentioned we did a lot. If we compare this assembly or this legislature with the fourth one, but I still feel that we have a lot to do as a nation than we have achieved. Therefore, the people of Bundung who elected me some 5 years ago, I will want to tell them that I will want to thank them for the trust they had in me some 5 years ago to come and represent them here. They are all with the cognizance that all of us cannot come and sit on this one seat, all the people of Bundung, but they have selected me. And they have also come back to me last month to continue represent them. It is one thing to do what is expected of you. It is another thing to do your work. So all what I have done, good, it is my work. That is my expectation. That is what I'm supposed to do. But what I could not do, I would want to say sorry, but I did try my best. All in my dealings, I try to put my consent. My concern is my driving force. And I feel bad if I know that I cannot do all what is expected of me. Honorable Speaker, I would want to thank you as an individual. It was hard when we came here. It was not easy. And I know there were many difficult decisions that you took, including my colleagues. These are decisions that you have to take no matter what. Some, you rather leave them, but they have to be taken. And some our people were happy about, but there are many others our people are not. So on behalf of my colleague, Gambians, I want to say sorry if those times that we failed you. Honorable Speaker, I would like to tell the ministers that all what I said here, where I was asked by my people, the people of Bundu, to tell them. Some I have achieved, among them the highway from Latrikunda to Sukuta. You know, I told you here that there was a bridge that I built there before they construct the road and the bridge. In fact, I built 2 bridges along that stream. Yes, Bakarinjai Bridge. But later on, the road was constructed and the bridge was now built to standard. And I'm happy that that is completed within the first 5 years. Because the last regime, the president went there, the vice president, everybody, the minister of work, it could not be done. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, Bundung Maternal and Child Health Hospital is a hospital that has already set standard. And all over the country, everybody is taking it as an example. And it is one thing to set a standard, but it's another thing to maintain the standard. And where we are, I want to tell the Minister of Health to please keep this standard. There are a lot of things at stake. And let it be, and let him support the authority in that hospital. The authority, you could see if you reach at the hospital, you know that you have a sober leadership in that hospital. It is well kept. And many things are provided there. And it is up to standard. Honorable Speaker, a lot of things in Bunung are yet to be settled. All the roads in Bunung are dilapidated. You find it difficult to maneuver or drive around Bunung because all the roads are definitely in a very bad condition. Honorable Speaker, we as a parliament or the executive, the president, we all have a job to do. Please let us all do our job. Let our conscience guide us in dealing. We are all Gambians, and what put us together is far more important than what divides us. If only we are united, we can take this country wherever we want. Honorable Speaker, I saw a video from Kenya, which I hope, if our party wins, that is what I will advise my leaders to do. I saw a president in a public reconciling with the opposition for the interest of the country. This is very important. Whether you are this, whether you are from there, whether you are, it is not important. This country, it is what is important. Every Gambian is paying a tax. And this tax needs to be put into good use for their development, for their livelihood to change. And I want to advise the president to the vice president. There is something that is attacking our integrity, attacking our development, which he needs to address. That is tribalism, tribal sentiment. I want to appeal to the president, let him take a stand. Let him start and we follow. There is no room for tribalism in our country. There is no room for tribalism in our parties. There is no room for tribalism in our National Assembly. There is no room for tribalism in our government, in the executive. We are all one. How can I hate the vice president? I cannot. If I can love a white man, why can't I love a state minister? Why can't I love a vice president? Why can't I love the president? Let him start, please, Mr. President. Let it start with you and it come down to us. Let nobody within your circle try to influence you or otherwise make you to do anything different. We have this small country to build, and we can build it very easily if we come together. Honorable Speaker, I will also, before my time elapses, will want to thank a person that is very passionate to me, who is my role model. That is His Excellency Alhaji Ousainou Numukunda Dabo. He is a man, I believe, he has a vision for this country. And I believe in his vision, and I wanted to, that is why I'm working with him. I know him, I was close to him. And he did not have any bad intention for this country. And I see that no one can influence him to do something that is bad for this country. What has happened recently, after this election, have shown what people expected of him and what happened is quite different. So there is no one here who have something bad for this country. Let us all come together as one and develop this country. It is an obligation upon us. As a leader, we have to set the pace and they follow. And if only if we don't do that, we'll have a problem. I want to thank and pay a tribute also to Honorable Ali Fasal, who won't, at this point, depart from politics. But I want to say or appeal to Honorable, still the country needs you. Out of the arena doesn't mean that you cannot play a part. Please, when the call comes, for all of us, for all of you, the veterans, please assist to put your hand to work together to make this country a better one for our future generation that are coming. I remember late Sadauda Kairaba Jawara has a very good way of politics. When he is going around to make politics, if you tell him Chalo, he call you Ngunja. And you laugh about it, and it is done. Why the trend has changed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talinding. Talinding.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I must also join my colleague to thank my electorates and much especially my constituency executive for bestowing the trust in me in these 5 years. I must thank the late alkali of my area and the current one, all the women folks, chairmen, youths, among others. I must thank them all. And I also must thank them for building the trust and confidence in me that they wanted to re-elect me again. Of course, I'm not forgetting the Operation Frontline, who are very strong youths, who stood for my constituency to see that the constituency is a free crime zone, Madam Speaker. I must also thank 2 strong youths of my constituency, who is Sheikh Sibi and Ibrahim Akoli, who make the flag of the Gambia to go high by playing the under-17 match in national team. Madam Speaker, today, 5th legislature, we came here as number of 58. We are leaving this chamber with a number of 56. 2 among us were not with us. I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant them the highest Jannatul Firdaus and all the departed souls. Madam Speaker, we are saying goodbye, Madam Speaker, but may this goodbye not be only momentary. May the coming days bring us all success, both personally and professionally. Madam Speaker, Honorable Magasi and Honorable Halifa Saleh, who don't want to come back again. We will miss having them around us, but we cannot hold them back. Madam Speaker, monthly targets and performance will come and go, but the memories of working with colleagues like them will always remain with us. Madam Speaker, I wanted to highlight some concerns in my constituency that I think we should discuss. Madam Speaker, migration. Madam Speaker, Gambians and non-Gambians continue to pay a heavy price to migration. But this one, the saddest part of it is 3 young youths from my constituency left Talinding on the 8th of December, attempted to go to Europe through the back way. None of them came back, by the name of Fatoumata Sise and Lamin Sise and one Nyaling Sanyang. Up to date, we are searching for these young youths, and they were nowhere to be found. So I think this is a continental approach that we all need hands in deck to see that we do away with this migration. Madam Speaker, again, another youth, a very promising youth by the name Omar Tamba, involved in a car accident. This boy was a goalkeeper who is playing in nearly all the 9 teams in Talinding. But unfortunately, he traveled to Fonyi to pay a visit to the family, and he got accident, and the hand was amputated. And I'm calling on the entire ministry and the government to came to his aid to help this boy, because he cannot do anything now without the help of his colleagues. Madam Speaker, Again, there is a Q-cell antenna at the Talinding buffer zone, which my community raised concern about, because the antenna is paying some amount to the council, but the community is not benefiting. And I feel it's high time let me raise the concern to the honorable ministers or the line ministry that is concerned so that they can map out the situation. Madam Speaker, finally there is a serious land dispute in my community with the villagers and one Mr. Toure, which I would like to call on the attention of the Honorable Minister of Land or any other parties that are concerned to help me enter into any dialogue before it gets out of hand. Madam Speaker, I think finally, members have raised concern about the issue of high price in basic commodities and house rent, which I felt I need to throw my weight there, Madam Speaker. I believe with regards to the house rents, we all need a collective responsibility, because there are some houses that are in KM which were constructed when a bag of cement was $25. But these house owners were charging $3,000 or $5,000 for a house rent. I think it's a case for concern, and we all need it needs an attention of everyone. So, Madam Speaker, on that note, I feel so emotional today, and I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much. Woolist.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor to participate in this debate, the last debate of the Fifth Assembly. I thank the Deputy Speaker, let me start with him, the Clerk, Assembly Authority, Secretaries, and staff allotted to the various committees, as well as the Assembly. I also wish to salute the Right Honorables in this House who have in no small measure contributed to enlightening other members on the standing orders and other responsibilities. I think all the Right Honorables have shared their experiences, some on the standing orders, some on the way the bills are introduced, others on institutional memory, etc., etc. So we thank all of them for their participation. Honorable Speaker, I also thank the media, like others, for amplifying the voices of this Honorable House. I think the media has definitely done justice to this House for the last 5 years. They've done a lot of contribution. Media is also playing oversight over us, while we are playing oversight on others. So they've made us to work in this House. Honorable Speaker, I thank you also for the diligent way in which you've been handling the affairs of this August House. We all know it is not easy if you are an umpire. It's not easy to maintain decorum in an environment where divergence is high, especially with the membership that we have here. Also, thanks to the executive for working diligently with us. I think we've all done amicably well. to ensure that we do perform our roles as and when required to the satisfaction of our time. It has not been easy for ministers, especially those who are providing services. We are always, not only here, but also in their offices, knocking their doors for water, electricity, etc., as well as agriculture, education, and works, as well as, of course, security. Honorable Speaker, in terms of security, I'm now into my constituency. I believe that there is this animal protection which has been confronting my constituency well before we came here. But with the intervention of the committee, as well as the ministry, the animals are now protected. The stealing of animals and ruminants, taking them across the border, is greatly minimized. So we thank the Minister and Ministry of the Interior. But what I want to also say, Honorable Speaker, is the Fire and Ambulance Services station at Bajakunda, which should have been running, but is still incomplete and not performing. So we're calling on the ministry to really look into it, because the fire outbreaks are becoming numerous there. There was a time when a small hamlet in Wuli, Madinanding, had this incident of fire. And the station in Basse was called up, but they could send only one vehicle. And when they pour the water is finished, so there is no water. They had to go all the way to Basse. Before they come back, the whole place was burnt down. But if the Bajakunda one is operating, I believe it will help the situation. I believe, Honorable Speaker, security reform will not be adequately done unless ordinary citizens feel protected and their properties are protected. And if we don't feel secure, then we know that the security reform that we are talking about has not been adequately done. Because security is not just about securing leaders, but securing the ordinary person and his or her property. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about the intrusion of security forces from Senegal into our territory, but it's not only in Fonyi. In my own constituency, we experienced twice. The first time we thought that it was an accident, that they misplaced the border. Maybe they don't know about the border, that's why they entered. But the second time, they actually entered with their weapons and they were buying things from our shops. But people were frightened. So let me put that to the attention of the defense and security so that they know that patrolling our borders, those porous borders, sometimes helps. Because many times, criminals will come in. I think you are aware that the night before the elections, the presidential elections, bandits came into Saragubu and attacked a family and killed a family head in his own house and went back. There was no presence of Gambian security in that area. And when I intervened to ensure that security at least do some patrol in that area, I could not succeed because there was no vehicle with the security forces that were placed for election duties at Yorobawal, and there was no vehicle at Basse, the military camp as well. So we should be thinking about that. Honorable Speaker, into agriculture, I would want the Minister of Agriculture to actually provide an update to us relating to the Roots project, as well as the Nema Choso garden projects, because we allocated funds for them. But in our area, I've not seen any action taken since the budget was approved. Agriculture, especially Nema Choso, is very dear to our people because it is meant to transform agriculture, to lessen our dependence on rain-fed agriculture. That was the idea of the project. But if the fences are done and other things are built there, but there is no water, and we provided water, the funds for water in the last budget, but I've not seen much action taking place. Even the FAO officials have come. There was a lot of media coverage for them, but they found some of those gardens in those conditions. So the minister should update us on that. The Water Resources Honorable Speaker will thank them very well for all the effort. Many people, many members have said it. When we first came here, we were complaining of water in the rural areas. Everybody was complaining, all of us. But a lot of effort definitely have gone to ameliorating the situation. But there is still work to be done in those areas. Our people need clean drinking water, easily accessible to them. That is our goal. Honorable Speaker, for education, we thank the Ministry of Basic Education as well as MRC Holland Foundation for building a high school at Bajakunda and 2 lower basic schools, one in Bantundi, the other one in Sutukoba, that has gone very far into helping the situation in terms of classrooms in that area. But much is still left to be done. And I hope that work and those projects will continue to ensure that our young people, Honorable Speaker, do not leave willingly just to come to Serakunda or to come to Banjul or Brikama to have secondary education. We should be able to avoid that now. If young people leave home, their parents, when they are just 10, 14, they are disconnected from their roots, they are disconnected from their culture and their environment. And when they come to urban areas like this, they develop something else. It could be good, it could be bad. So we want to maintain our young people to be guided by their guardians. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to health, we've approved a project here. If you remember, we are talking about electrifying or solarizing the health centers and schools. But I've not seen any activity relating to that in my constituency. And that is a very important project meant to ensure that electricity is available to health centers. They have many uses for electricity. And without that, it's like we have taken the loan for just taking loan. We must monitor the projects that we've approved here. Honorable Speaker, let me thank my constituency for working side by side with me during these 5 years, supporting government in their development endeavors and supporting their own communities in various ways to build up the development process. There are two main organizations in Woodley East. One is Woodley East Development Initiative, and the other one is Woodley East Development Association. We have also community-based organizations. All these organizations are doing very well. Some are building clinics, community clinics. Others are maintaining roads, repairing, rehabilitating roads. Others are repairing boreholes, wells, and even building boreholes for the community. And this has gone a long way to supporting the water resources to ameliorate the water problem in the constituency. My time is 2 minutes to go. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me also seize this opportunity to thank you for your farewell speech, that explicit and meticulous speech you have just made in this assembly in the morning. Thank you so much. We are deeply indebted, to owe you that gratitude. Honorable Speaker, let me also thank my colleagues, for being working harmoniously in the past 5 years. They have been real brothers and sisters, and I really enjoy working with them. And also, especially the doyens in this assembly, the Honorable Member for Serakunda, Wuli West, Nyana Dankunku, and Honorable Member, Honorable Majanko Samusa. Honorable Speaker, I really learn a lot from these people, and I need to thank them profusely for being there for us when we need them, especially the Honorable Member for Serakunda. I thank him so much. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the constituency of Opanyoni for giving me an opportunity to represent them in this August Assembly. Madam Speaker, this is a constituency. When I was coming here, we never had a tar road. We never have electricity. Many of my communities were a lack of clean drinking water. But thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the government of the day, we have registered tremendous development in Opanyoni in these past 5 years. So we are really grateful. Honorable Speaker, if you could remember somewhere around the Ghana season, or 1.5 months ago, there are some burglars that enter into one of the Seko in Opanyoni, and they stole some cars from the Seko. But they went scot-free, they went free, something like that. No, they were not caught. And the reason being that is the police station, the only one police station we have in Opanyoni, they are not equipped and they are without mobility. I'm therefore appealing to the Honorable Minister for Interior to definitely find means of equipping these people so that if a similar nature of that thing happens, they can pursue the criminal. Honorable Speaker, a lot of development have been registered in Opanyoni during the past 5 years. And we have been lamenting for one key important area which has not been addressed. That's the Kunta Kinte Island. That's the James Island we have in Jufre. As I've been saying here, this island is getting eroded by the river day by day. meaning that, the size of the island is getting smaller, and the ministry or the government is not doing any effort to preserve the island. So I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, the island is in an endangered situation right now. It can get extinct, may God forbid, at any time. And the jetty also there is in a deplorable condition, which needs to be rehabilitated or to be repaired. But like we have set a lot of parliamentary questions on these particular issues to be addressed. No action has been taken. This is our main concern today. And therefore, if I'm making my last speech in this particular 5th legislature, I have to mention it. That is a problem that we have been lamenting about it, and it's not been addressed. That's the fact. And Madam Speaker, as Opanyomi is a predominantly farming community, many of the farmers are groundnut growers, and they are taking their groundnut to the surplus. Some of them haven't received their money still, and that's a problem that needs to be addressed as soon as possible. And I cannot conclude without mentioning that. Honorable Speaker, I have to thank the Almighty Allah for keeping me alive, healthy up to today, and to give me that opportunity of serving my people. And therefore, I am, indulging on my colleagues. We are going into parliamentary election. Let us all make sure that we go abide by the rules and regulations of the election in order for us to preserve the peace and tranquility we have inherited in this country, which is very important. There is no malice, and I therefore, apologize or seek forgiveness from my colleagues if I happen to offend anyone in any way for the past 5 years. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Kunda Sabiji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first and foremost thank you for the leadership you have demonstrated during these past 5 years. Really, it is not easy serving us by sitting in that chair. It's not something that is very easy. When you have the like of Honorable Sekuba Jaju, Honorable Babagale Jallo, and Honorable Dabu, every now and then with a point of order, Madam Speaker, here and there. Madam Speaker, we thank you, and I can tell you that we have learned a lot under your leadership. You have contributed immensely in reshaping the democracy of this parliament. Madam Speaker, we thank you. Madam Speaker, let me also seize this opportunity to thank the member of Serekunda for his time that he has spent serving this great country of ours, that's the Gambia. Madam Speaker, please allow me to pay a personal tribute to Honorable Member of Serekunda. Madam Speaker, the veteran Honorable Member of Serekunda, for his dedication and commitment to Gambia and her people. He served this country with his utmost best and honesty. He did great for this country. I worked together with him in these chambers and also in the same committee called PEC. But I really know the type of person he is when it comes to leadership. Honorable Speaker, as said by member of Bundung, that Honorable Member of Serekunda is retiring from the active politics, but we are still appealing to him to still continue to serve his country, and I know that he will continue to do that. And to the clerk of this National Assembly, please work in hand with Honorable Member for Serekunda. He can still contribute a lot. Work with him. He will still continue to receive the democracy, the rule of law, and the good governance of this country. Honorable Speaker, let me also seize this opportunity to thank the Minister for Lands and Regional Government for providing the people of Abuko with a cemetery. The people of Abuko have cried loud for the past 10 to 15 years about the issue of a cemetery. But thanks to him, today that issue has been resolved. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. Madam Speaker, let me also quickly talk about the crisis that we are having in Greater Banjul area. That is the low water pressure within Greater Banjul area. Madam Speaker, if you go to Latrikunda Sabiji, you go to Fajikunda, Tabokoto, Piccadilly, and Abuko, there are women that only have access to water at a very late night, 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning. And this has been going on for the past 2 to 3 years. And up till now, there is no remedy to this situation. Since we are having the Vice President here, despite the fact that the Minister of Energy is not around, but the Vice President is here. And this doesn't only limit at the people of Latrikunda Sabiji. You go to Talinding, it's the same cry. Some part of Bundung, Serekunda West, Serekunda, and some part of Bakau is all the same. The low water pressure. And the people of KMC cannot live without water. It is a high time for government to come with a plan B. If the one we have in place right now, if that is not working, they have to come with a plan B to solve the water crisis that we are experiencing in KMC. Madam Speaker, you go to KMC, you talk to some people who will tell you that it's been days, we do not even have a drop of water from our taps. So the Vice President is here. The people of KMC, not only Latrikunda Sabiji, but the people of KMC is calling upon the government to do something about this in as soon as possible, because we cannot live without water. Madam Speaker, from there also, let me quickly talk about the price of the basic commodities in our market. Madam Speaker, what doubts me most is that you go to the market today, you buy something at the cost of $10 from the same product. Go there the next day, they will charge you $12 or $13. A surplus of $3 is on top of the goods that they are selling. It is not a new product that they have, but the old one that they have, and yet still, government is not talking about it. Madam Speaker, what we are experiencing in our market, look, yes, we have a system that we cannot impose a price on people to sell their products. But if that system is not working, what did we do? We have to change the system that we have in place. It cannot be like business as usual. The Ramadan is just fast approaching. It is really not fair. You cannot just go to the market today, buy a bottle of water, $10, tomorrow you go, the same water from the same shop is telling you that this bottle of water is $13. For what? We all understand the issues that we are facing. You go to the international market, we know what is happening. COVID-19, the impact of COVID-19, we all know what it is doing. But also sometimes we have to blame ourselves. Just last week, we have a performance audit report from GPA, Gambia Ports Authority. And the customers are complaining that when their goods come, it will be at the port or at the sea for some days, for more than how many days, and then they end up paying demurrage. And those demurrage that they pay, they also add that one on top of the goods that they sell. And then people like me, and then the poor voters will just pay the price. I think we have to do something about that. Gambia Ports Authority need to redouble their efforts. Gambia Ports Authority definitely need to redouble their efforts. Then, and also Minister of Finance. GPA is on the Minister of Finance, and I'm happy that the Minister of Finance is here. And the Minister of Trade also, they're here. So these are issues that we need to solve. These are very important issues that need to be solved as soon as possible. We cannot let it go like that. It's not something that we cannot do. Yes, we can do something about this. Gambia government can do something about this issue. You look at that performance audit report. Telling you that, when our containers overstay, we pay demurrage, and this demurrage also, we will add it on top of the goods. Some of them will tell you that we even find it difficult to locate our containers. And as a result, we pay extra, and whenever we pay extra, and that extra money that we pay on top of the container, we charge it on goods. At the end of the day, the poor Gambian people suffered for that. That cannot continue. We have to change the way that we are operating in this country, Madam Speaker. From me, Honorable Sekou Marong, right down to the Speaker of the National Assembly, the honorable ministers, everybody, we need to redouble our efforts. These are some of the issues that we can easily solve. And there's something that we all, let's just understand this, and let's just be honest. And during election, everybody endeavor to get to every individual in this country. It doesn't matter how far you are, a ballot box will meet you there. And I think this is how we should be thinking. If a ballot box meet me in Latrikunda Sabiji, I expect Latrikunda Sabiji to have a good water pressure. That is it. Honorable Speaker, if you go to health, let me also seize this opportunity to thank the Minister of Health. They are doing a very, very good job. We all know our healthcare sector, how it is going. Madam Speaker, if you go to Bundu Maternal, I said by Honorable Njai, member for Bundu, there was a month, Bundu Maternal registered 733 successful births. And then my surprise is, Gambians are not talking about this. Gambians, is a high time we change our attitude. We have to be honest to the system. If we are honest to the system, Madam Speaker, the outcome will be positive. But if we are negative toward the system, the outcome will be negative. Madam Speaker, also, there was a time also in Bundu Maternal, they have registered in a month 631 successful delivery. 631 successful delivery. But all what we talked about is that the maternal mortality of this country is this, is that. But nobody talks about those successful stories. Look, it's a high time we celebrate our own people. If we did not celebrate our doctors, our nurses, our teachers, nobody will celebrate them for us. And all what we are good at is just to criticize them, day in and day out. Madam Speaker, and the last thing that I wanted to talk about, we all know the crisis in Ukraine. And we have some Gambian, some international students that are from the Gambia that are there. We want to know, what is the government of the Gambia doing about them? That is important. We want government to tell, the Vice President is here, despite the fact that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is not around, but the Vice President is here. We want the ministry, we want the government to tell us the plan that they have for those people. And not only that, Madam Speaker, the plight of our Gambians that are in Germany. We want the government to be clear and tell us what is happening. You cannot have the two ministers, this one is saying this and the other one is saying that. No. We cannot operate that as a country. Things have to change, Madam Speaker, for goodness and heaven's sake. You cannot have the Minister of Interior that says this, and you have Minister of Foreign Affairs that says that. No. This is a one government. Every one of these ministers are working in a government, and it's only one government that we have. We don't have a two government there where this Minister of Finance is operating this way and not this other minister is operating that way. No. Madam Speaker, last but not the least, let me just make this very clear. There are a lot of issues. There is a lot of speculation going around. And there's a lot of this commission that has been set by the government. You talked about petroleum the petroleum issue or the petroleum, yes, Gambia National Petroleum. There are a lot of commissions that are set. We want to see the outcome. Madam Speaker, it cannot be business as usual. You cannot have some few people sitting down there sucking the Gambian people. That cannot be. Let us just be honest and do what is expected of us. You know, every time saying, let's commission this commission, X, Y, and Z, commission here and there. No, I don't believe in that. Let the government of the Gambia take a stand. Let them act. If they want to stop all this speculation, let them act. Because if they don't act, Gambian will still continue to say that this government is corrupt, this Mr. X is corrupt, Mr. Y is corrupt. So we expect this government to act as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, on that note, let me just seize this opportunity to tell you that I really enjoy working with you. Despite the fact that, yes, sometimes here and there we do push and pull, but I definitely enjoy working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you are one of the chair challenges. Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We were working on our the report, validation of the port's cargo handling report. That's why I did not listen to your maiden speech. But I believe it has indicated very clearly, as individuals, each has his or her life to live. And no one will dictate how that is done. But as representatives, our words and deeds must have guards and fences aimed at protecting the vital interests of our people. And that's why we are here in this assembly. This is the beginning of the end, but it's also the beginning of another beginning. Because under Section 99 of the Constitution, this National Assembly stands dissolved a day preceding the day when the first session of the next National Assembly begins. So we are National Assembly members up to that day. And the business of this House should continue up to that day. Honorable Speaker, I came to this National Assembly based on the aim to promote a transformative agenda, because we have effected change and we wanted constitutional reform, legal reform, security sector reform, to ensure that we have the constitution of a third republic. That has not happened. We aimed to end the mistakes of the past, remedy it, open hearts, get perpetrators and victims to sit and then look at the injustices that have been perpetrated against our own brothers and sisters, so that we can feel the pain of torture and injustice, and then try to remedy that situation, convince the other that it was a system that made what happened, but we are willing to change, to amend, to reconcile, to build a new Gambia for all of us. That is still in the pipeline. It was my objective to be here so that together we'll start building a self-reliant, a self-determined economy for our people, so that whoever comes tomorrow to lead will have a foundation to rely on of self-reliance and self-determined development. We are still on that path. Honorable Speaker, the future is ahead of us. We must head towards it. We either do so rapidly or we'll be left behind. But move we must. Either as self-determined people or with fits of clay. And if we do wear fits of clay, Honorable Speaker, the world will move and will be left behind. I am glad that members here are ready to rethink so that we can reinvent our relationship as a people, executive and legislature, in order to serve our people better. We must start somewhere. We do not expect perfection. I came with an aim. That aim could not be fulfilled, and I had to readjust, recalibrate my objectives to become functional in this parliament, to look at the standing orders, to work with members, so that we can institutionalize the standing orders and at least begin to build a system, an accountable one. And Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you must have mentioned how we have worked hard to be able to build a system that is moving towards greater accountability. And I'm sure the executive will appreciate the contributions made in looking at their bill, scrutinizing it, considering it, and even giving advice to improve, to develop. That is the spirit. We all have our competences, and we must all believe in each other. We must want the Gambian to be the best and appreciate the best in people, because that is what collectively will build a better Gambia, each with competence, doing his or her best, and all of us recognizing it, appreciating it, and helping each other to move forward. That was the objective of that one Gambia, one nation, one people. But we have not achieved that. But we have achieved this. I was looking at Ukraine just this night, last night, and I could see the bombs dropping. That's Europe, example of democracy. Where is it? Who are we learning from? But look at us. Where are the bombs? We prevented them from happening. APR is here. UDP is here. And even NPP has emerged. That is the Gambia that we have. That's where we must move from. It's left to each of us to prepare for the type of future we want for ourselves and our people. For the executive, the vice president is here. The work is still undone. It has started. I am convinced that under Section 77 of the Constitution, the vice president is the leader of government business in this National Assembly. Different from the past, under the House of Representatives, where the person was a member of the National Assembly. So it is important that we should have even been addressed by the executive by now. That each year in January, the executive must make sure that it sits and thinks of what it intends to do. What is the legislative program? You talk about 53 bills. We could have passed more with an organized setup, an executive that is focused, that knows what it wants to do, the type of bills it wants to pass throughout the year, and it becomes a legislative agenda. Pass on to us, and we prepare ourselves for consideration. To demarcate what is urgent, and it comes with certificate of urgency. What is not urgent, we ensure we scrutinize. That's what we need, Honorable Speaker. Look at Serakunda. I came to represent Gambia, sent by Serakunda. Today, that is the same Serakunda. Without football fields, where a school, Serakunda School, is transformed into a football field, affecting the learning basis of children. You don't have any community center, no recreational facility, nowhere a human being can take as a human being that is that is relating to a country that loves you, that serves you, that wants to bring you up as a child, as a child. The same thing with electricity, water supply. Do we really need to control this type of same systems that we have? Do we need to rethink? Maybe in terms of water supply, should it be just these big pipes coming from nowhere to everybody? Could it be regionalized, that certain systems are put to be able to serve certain areas, to provide electricity, water supply? We need a solution to this problem. Look at the drainage. We've talked about it. Engineering design not properly assessed. So these are issues. They must be looked at. Honorable Speaker, if you come to my home and you look at the street, every morning you see these women in droves will come with their children 5 o'clock in the morning to occupy that whole place. A clinic is there, but even to move with ambulances sometimes is a problem. But who can you blame? Who is responsible for all those people? What should we do? Should we just look at things like that? We are not an organized society. We may not have everything, but at least you start from management. Be organized in the first place, and then work towards greater investment into development. Honorable Speaker, this country still is begging for a way forward. And if we are sincere, we will not fool ourselves, full of self-praise. That is not the way forward. Hardship is here. Suffering is here. To placate it with this mighty building or an arch or a bridge and say, well, we've done well, fine. It's an assessment. We've done well. To build more bridges and roads, yes, fine, it's development. But unless we free from people from being born in poverty, living in poverty and dying in poverty, we have not done the type of wealth that our people deserve. The wealth that our people deserve is to free them from poverty. And that is not the reality at the moment. Honorable Speaker, I'll be leaving Uncle Sidi Ejata here. We used to have good partnership. He's very passionate and insightful. Here and there, I can be the balance. You have heard him say about language. It is important to talk about language. But language without knowledge is vain. If you do not have knowledge, you can speak any language. Your language will be immaterial to development. The problem of our languages is simply this. Bring those vocal people in this National Assembly if they know about economics, if they don't know about budgets, if they cannot write about it, then they'll just be speaking. And the sky is the limit to what they say, but it will never impact on development. If we don't know about science, if we don't know about technology, it's the same situation. So there is a knowledge gap in our languages. And we refuse to feed our languages with knowledge. That's why the Chinese are Chinese, and you go and study Chinese because they have incorporated all the knowledge of the world into their language, into Arabic. But African countries have not done that. Maybe the Swahili is trying, but African countries have not done that. So our languages are vain and empty because we have not fed them with the knowledge that will enable other people to learn our languages so that they will know nature and society and about the world. That is the challenge. And a challenge that he, me, all of us must begin to address. It's a battle of ideas, battle of knowledge in the world. If we do not assimilate that knowledge, we'll be left behind. We'll go nowhere. And that is what I want to leave with this parliament today, that I appreciate everything that people have said. But my life has been lived well. I have done what I wanted to do, and I'm a happy person. When I die today, I know that I have done what I was supposed to do based on what the demand of my times and circumstances are. Development is demand-driven. Leadership is demand-driven. It's what will take your society forward that must make you to feel the pulse of people, for your heart to beat in unison with the heartbeat of your people. Duty must call, conscience will respond, mind will respond, heart will respond. And then we are shaped towards a common destiny. Honorable Speaker, we have started a process in this National Assembly where executive and legislature have come to see that partnership is necessary for lawmaking, for policy making, for development. We hope this will continue, that will be what we have, the foundation we have laid will be continued by all the members who are here and all the members who are to come. I am convinced that if we continue to chart that destiny, we will not be perfect. Each of us will have certain interests, but collectively, just like our committees function, we'll be able to do certain things that people will look at and say that this is taking Gambia forward. But we must not fool ourselves, Honorable Speaker. We are yet to be there. Problems are still here, and we must not close our eyes to it. We'll fight our battles to come back into this parliament. We'll say many things. But after doing so, let's sit down again and ask ourselves, what is the use of being a representative? Is it transforming this place into a talking shop where we just talk? Or are we going to feel the suffering into work and do something?
Thank you. Why are you guys revising the clock? Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to join my colleagues to bid the farewell to Honorable Member for Serekunda, and thank you for his service to the nation. We promise to continue on his footsteps. He is a role model. Since I was going to school, he and Honorable Member for Willie West, they were my role model when I was going to school. I followed them anywhere they are in preaching us on how the country should be governed. So I am very much opportune and thanks to Allah that I sit in the same chambers with them. Honorable Speaker, saying so, I want to first of all thank the people of Busumbala constituency for the trust that they have in me to elect me to serve them for these 5 years in the National Assembly. But also, I can't do what I have done better if I didn't have the support of the Office of the Speaker, Office of the Clerk, and all staffs of the National Assembly for the generous training that they offered and guidance when I came newly into the National Assembly, because we used to say, no matter what PhD you hold outside, when you come to the chambers, you must learn fresh, because here is an institution of difference. But alhamdulillah, I thank God, and I want to thank all of them. And I also want to sincerely thank my two parents who gave me the guidance and education to be able to be who I am today. And I'm ready to continue to serve the people of Busumbala constituency. Madam Speaker, when I was elected into the office of the MP, I was sent by the people of Busumbala to come and represent them in the affairs of the whole country. Not to see themselves alone, but let me see Gambia as a whole. But they highlighted some issues that I should specifically mention and try to advocate for them on their behalf. To represent the whole Gambia, that's why I took part in all the 53 bills that you've mentioned, Madam Speaker, in your statement in the morning. I have attended all sessions and almost all committee sessions since 2017 to date. And that was the word given to me by my people to partake in all activities of the National Assembly and contribute. And I didn't only attend, but I contribute to the best of my ability. So I believe I have done my best to that area. Madam Speaker, specifically to my constituency, when I was coming, my people told me that water and electricity is a concern, road is a concern to my constituency, health is a concern, education, security, agriculture, youth and sports are a concern to my constituency. I need to give a record, what have I achieved in that, collectively with the government, because they voted me to come and be in the National Assembly, scrutinize the government, and supported the government to the best interest of the people. Madam Speaker, I am happy to say, to be honest with you, I have raised and have partake in agreements, loans, bills that gears towards promoting and providing water and electricity in the country. I could remember when we came, there was a loan that has came into the parliament, which I supported for the upgrading of NAWEC to be able to provide water and electricity. Thanks to Allah, NAWEC has done some work in my constituency. They are doing water expansion. It's not yet completed, but I'm hopeful they will do that. Road construction, the government have done a little because in Banjulunding I'm able to get some. And I have been promised, and it has been taken as part of their plans, come in the near future, the road from Mandinaring that passes through my constituencies to Makumbaya, Kubarako, Galoya, Bafuloto, and Kubune to Brikama will be constructed, which is a very big concern to my people. Health, I am able with the government to get at least 3 ambulances and 2 hospitals for my new clinics for my constituency. I got one in Busumbala, one in Makumbaya. Busumbala with a new clinic and ambulance, Makumbaya new clinic and ambulance, New Yundum with an ambulance. So obviously, they cannot do, not all has been done, but these are issues that I've achieved with the government inside of health in my constituency. Education, schools have been built, schools have been expanded, schools have been upgraded. The Busumbala Farato is now been upgraded. New Yundum also has been upgraded to senior secondary schools. Security, I'm able to lobby through the Ministry of Interior, through the Office of the IGP, precisely the former IGP, to get a police station in Busumbala and also a traffic checkpoint in New Yundum. And also we are working with the Ministry of Interior and the Office of the IGP to create another police station in Mandinaring, which is in the Haijia with them. Instead of agriculture, I am able to, with the government and other offices, I am able to have a secure fencing for the Yundum Women Garden, Mandinaring Women Garden. So now I'm working with the Ministry of Agriculture for the fencing of the Lamen and Daranka, Kerewan, along the swamps, Women Garden. Those are a problem. Those are in the pipeline. Youth and sport, Madam Speaker. With the government, I got promise that, and it's also in the plan, they're looking for funds, which I was told is because of Gambia's being qualified to this tournaments, that's delays. But the football field of Busumbala is approved, that it will be fenced. The football field at New Yundum will be upgraded to a level where they can play their everything during the rainy seasons. And at my own personal level, I have provided all communities in my constituency. I have 11 communities. I have every year provided them with trophies and set of jerseys for the boys to be able to do their returns. Madam Speaker, these are some of the areas I got. And when it comes to water, because NAWEC is doing but not completed, and they didn't cover all my areas, but I'm happy to tell you from donors and other partners, I am able to lobby and secure borehole for almost all my 11 constituencies. Almost all my 11 communities in my constituency. I lobby from partners, because that's my job, to come here, be with the government, and also to go and lobby from donors, philanthropists, NGOs, and even with the government. So I am able to get that one. Madam Speaker, what is more pertinent that my people have a concern with, which I am very happy that the Minister of Local Government is around. Every member is from a constituency, and they're all happy that they have their structures available, from the chieftaincies to the alcalos and the like. My constituency and that of the old Yundum are unlucky to have a chief on our own. because the constituency, as I used to say, was one big constituency called Combonot. When it was demarcated into three, we still have one chief. So my people, and I'm sure the people of Olyundum, is still a concern that we also want to have our own chief, because the responsibility and the function of chiefs is still a problem in our areas, as people talked about land areas and all land issues and other areas. Is still a problem in our constituencies, but we find it very difficult to solve because one chief is responsible for three constituencies. So I want to appeal to the Minister of Lands to consider that, and also the Minister of Finance to consider that, because I one time approached the Minister of Land, he says it's going to incur cost, so government needs to plan on it. So the Chief Financial Planner is the Minister of Finance. He has to plan on that because it's a concern to my people. Madam Speaker, when you come to security also, the living condition of the soldiers at Yundum Barracks, which is the 1st Infantry Battalion of the Gambia, happens to be in my constituency, the living condition of those men and women in uniform are a concern to my people. I want to raise to the minister responsible to consider that one, because soldiers or security needs nothing, only motivation and the required materials. They are ready to do extra when we need them. But if the motivation is not there, and then the required material that they need is not there, sometimes the morals do come down. And when moral comes down, that's a national security threat. So I want to appeal to my ministers to consider that one. And again, one of the key national security moral is the peace mission. We all know that nobody prays for war. In other parts, but soldiers says that's where they can also have. So Gambia is now not participating in any peace missions. With the Committee Defense and Security, we've engaged the ministry. They've told us that with the men that they are offered a footing in Central Africa, but yet still our men are being trained, packed at the barracks. Nothing is being said, so it's now demoralizing their morals down. So I want the Minister of Defense to be able to talk to us and also consider that one that is a concern to our people. Madam Speaker, I want to sincerely thank the President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency President Adama Barrow. I am one of the luckiest MP, because to have an individual like the President who will come to your constituency the way you planned it is, obviously I want to thank him this, because his last presidential tour, he goes to constituencies and conducts meetings, one center and goes out. But for me, last presidential tour, I was opportune to liaise with the office of the president and the protocol for the president to have similar to a tour of my constituency. Why I did that? Because it has been said in the saying that one who knows it feels it. So I want the president to feel the burden of my people behind the airport. When I came here, I give the description of my constituency is divided into two. The highway, Brikama Serekunda Highway, has divided my constituency into two. Those on the highway, where Yundum, Busumbala, and Banjulonding and Lamin, alhamdulillah, they don't have enough, but they are almost okay, better. But those behind the airport, starting from the Mandinaring, the Kungujangs, the Kubunes, the Galoyas, which are in Como Central, the Makumbayas, the Kubarukos, the Babylon, are a big problem. So, but I'm opportune to get the president to feel the suffering of my people, to feel the condition of that road, which I believe when it comes to cabinet, president will be one of my supporters to support the cause of that. So these are some of the concerns that I have from my people, that which I concern to them. So obviously, as today is the last session, I think I need to make this clarification made by member for Serakunda is true. People are in the headlines in news medias. The tenure of the 5th legislation ends today. No, I stand to be corrected. Today is our last session, but our tenure continues until on the 8th of April. April, if I'm right. On the 8th of, a day before the election of the next election. But what is more clear? What is more clear? Okay? Clarify, yes.
Well, I should not know, but just the clarification is the day before the sitting of the next session, the day preceding.
Thank you. I have another 15 minutes again.
Okay, the cable office can issue a press release to clear that.
Very good. That's what I wanted to clear, because you're saying that today is the end of the session. No, and I'm very happy.
That's why I said that the table office should issue a press release to clear that.
I was having 2 minutes.
I haven't seen it on the papers, but since that is the case, I think there is need for it to be clarified.
I have heard you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I'm going to be fair to the Assembly. I was left with only 2 minutes. Now I think it's 1 minute. Madam Speaker, to conclude, I want to seek forgiveness from anybody. Honorable Member for Busumbala sometimes acts funnily. I may offend, and I know as a human I must offend. I seek for forgiveness from anybody that I have offended. From my heart, I don't have any atom of any hatred for anybody, because that's me, because tomorrow or next tomorrow, I may answer to the call of the Almighty. So I am forgiving to anybody, and I also want everybody to forgive me, being my members, the staffs, the support staffs in the down floor. Please let everybody forgive the Honorable Member for Busumbala, and also the executive, because sometimes it's not easy, especially the Minister of Finance here. He will sometimes think that I'm a friend, but very aggressive on him, because that's how we see national development. Thank you very much.
Very much. Honorable Member for Olyundum.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. First, let me thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, let me sincerely thank the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly, with staffs and my colleagues. Honorable Speaker, in 2017, when we were inaugurated in Parliament, we were all new. We were asked to send in our CV. We've seen people with their master's degree, bachelor's degree, diplomas, yet they have to undergo an induction training so that you are able to deal with the proceedings in the National Assembly. I am saying this because I just wanted to thank the staff of the National Assembly for taking us through, providing us the knowledge to be able to do the functions that is required of us. We were all green leaves, but today, that chair of the Speaker, any member who is given the opportunity will be able to do the proceedings as expected. So we thank the National Assembly. We also thank the executive, from the President, the ministers, and all the institutions that were working with the National Assembly. We couldn't have done better if they have not cooperated with us, as alluded to by my colleagues. It's a win for the Gambia. And our last session, we have done much as expected of us. So we appreciate the efforts of every Gambian, being in the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, and everybody as a citizen. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to highlight some of the achievements during the 5 years mandate given to me as a National Assembly member representing a constituency in the former Combo Note, now that is located in the center of two constituencies, and not closer to the coast, and also closer to the airport end where you have the forest and other parts. So we find it very difficult to be part of what probably Sana Menterek and Busumbala are enjoying. But then, during the last 5 years, Honorable Speaker, we must thank the government for providing us an opportunity to get a school for the people of my constituency located in Sinchisori. That is an achievement within the 5 years because it has been advocated by my office to ensure that the people of that community are able to get the school they wish for their kids. We also have expanded electricity program or projects. The parts of Mariamakunda, Yuna, Labakore, Sarepate, we are not electrified. During the course of our mandate, the government of the Gambia was able to give us that support and electrify that end or part of my constituency. I must thank them because those people have been living in the darkness for so long. Thank God we have electricity, but yet still we have a little more part that has not been electrified. And I think the Minister for Energy is not here. The Vice President can take up that so that they can continue expanding the project for the people around that end. Honorable Speaker, before I go forward, I have to thank my constituency for bestowing trust in me in 2017. I am not the most educated person in that constituency, neither am I the most aware individual in that constituency. You have a lot of people who can represent that constituency in the National Assembly. But the rare privilege given to me to represent the constituency is something that I love a lot. And they're still supporting the course that I have taken to deliver on their expectations. And I must continue doing that. Honorable Speaker, we have concerns in our constituency. This is an adjournment debate. We would not congratulate or thank people without expressing concerns in our constituency that the people of our constituency wanted to hear from us. The issue of security is a concern in that constituency. Honorable Speaker, a population of more than 50,000 people, you have about 5 police posts, but yet still the crime rate in that constituency is even higher than Banjul and other areas. The police stations do not have vehicles for police to go on their daily routine, patrol. This is a concern. Young boys are just coming up to become criminals in that part of the constituency or the country. And I think the government, through the Minister of Interior, should take that very seriously. We have a lot of young people becoming criminals now. This is not acceptable. And I think the police stations need to be equipped with vehicles so that police can go on patrol to ensure that there is calm in our constituencies. People are afraid now. 9 o'clock, everybody is indoors. They close their doors for security reasons. And I think that is not what Gambia used to be. We used to be outside till 12 a.m., 1 a.m. But hardly now you go and find people sitting outside till 1 a.m. That is not happening anymore. So I think the Minister for Interior should be able to help us to ensure that our constituencies, our people are safe, and then we move on our business on a daily basis. Water, Honorable Speaker, is a problem in that constituency. We have pipes, now pipe-borne water pipes. Honorable Member for Latrikunda stated it here. We do not have access to those water. Water is not coming until 2 a.m. when everybody is almost going to bed or almost on bed. 2 a.m. This is the problem. Under my office personally, with my partners, I tried so hard to ensure that I gave 20 completed boreholes to my constituency. But this does not solve the problem. And boreholes will never solve the problem. The problem will be solved when NAWEC take up their responsibility to ensure that there is access to water during the day, so that people in the constituency can have access to water and do their daily works. Honorable Speaker, the issue of high price on essential commodities is a concern for our people. We understand the problem, but it's important that the executive, especially the Minister for Trade, Minister for Finance, we need to go out and talk to people. It's important that they hear from us what the problems are as parliamentarians, we will talk to the people. But hardly they believe in us because they will think that we are supporting the executive in what they are doing. And I know this is not, it's not my interest to lie to my people about what the government is doing. But it's important that the executive mount a program at the radio stations to ensure that they sensitize the people about what is happening so that they know from the horse's mouth. This is one key important thing that they need to look at and work towards it. The Ramadan is coming. Prices are increasing on a daily basis. I mean, there is nobody to address that. That is not good for our country. Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, I had a problem. For the past 5 years, I have been crying foul about that problem, and yet still it has not been solved. Nemakunku is one community in my constituency that have been faced with a terrible flood on a yearly basis. This problem has not been solved. Last year it happened. I gave them 200 bags of rice. That would not solve the problem, because this year too, when rain comes, they will have flood again. And I will now have to think to give about 300 or 400 bags of rice. That would never solve the problem. The problem will be solved when we take up the responsibility to get there and then solve why the water is being flooded in that community. That is what we need to look at. The Minister for Works, I think I have talked to him about this, and I think they need to take up the responsibility to do a study around that area so that the people can live in peace. The Nemakungu Highway is also another problem. There is a promise that the road will be constructed. This was said in a rally. The minister was there, the president mentioned it. And I hope that the president or the minister for works will take up that responsibility to ensure that that road is constructed. Because in my constituency, any government that comes into being will need that constituency, especially the community of Nemakunku. You have a lot of votes in that area, and you don't want to lose that. I think they need the help of the government so that they can get the road constructed. Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, I just have to thank the electorate. We have plans ahead from today. We ask for their forgiveness, that we have done a lot of things that others might not be happy about. But such is life. This is representation. We represent the people. There are people who are not in our political parties, and they do not see us as their representatives. But yet we are. But that is politics. We are there for everybody, and then we want to make sure that we fulfill the responsibility as a representative for everybody in that constituency. As we come to the end of our term, we will go back again and then seek for their mandate. And we will come back to deliver on more projects that we have done for them. Insha'Allah Rabbi, we will do that. I have to thank my colleagues, the Office of the Clerk, the staff of the National Assembly who are exemplary. You know, they help us a lot. They really help us, especially the table clerk, the table office, the office of the clerk, the deputy clerk, the directors, everybody supported our cause during these 5 years. Today, like I said, we can do the proceedings on our own without the involvement of any of the staff. When we came here with our master's degrees and our bachelor's degrees. But because Parliament is an institution, when you come here, you start fresh as a beginner. So we are equipped, and then we want to make sure that we come back to this Parliament and continue doing the work that we have started for our country, and then serve the people to the best of our ability. Honorable Speaker, on that note, I thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the floor. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the Almighty Allah for giving us the strength, the health to witness today. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to thank the peace-loving people of Lower Badibu for having the trust and confidence in me to represent them in the House of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I will extend my sincere appreciation to the Office of the Clerk, Office of the Speaker, and of course my colleagues for working with me to make sure that we all achieve what we are looking for. And today is another day to reflect on those issues. Honorable Speaker, I would like to express the concern of the peace-loving people of Lower Badibu, particularly in the aspect of agriculture. I sincerely want to thank the government of the day through the Minister of Agriculture. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture is a friend to the people of Lower Badibu. I will say it in that way, for the fact that we have been crying here for the farm equipment that we need as a community so that we can do what is expected of us as farmers. And the minister responsible, she already answered to some of our calls by providing power tillers and some of the farm equipment to the people of Lower Badibu. And we work with her to make sure that the issues that we raised here before, like federal roads or the roads linking from Bani to their rice field, to be constructed, and we are working with her on that. No, though time is not there now, but we believe that this work will be completed as soon as possible. And also, she promised to give us a garden in a village called Badibugunju, and which we are working with her. And even day before yesterday, I have meeting with women in this community regarding their garden issue. And after the meeting, when I called her, the response I get from her was very positive. Honorable Speaker, through my people, I would like to thank the minister responsible for agriculture. And of course, health. Health, Honorable Speaker, I will thank the government of the day for providing 3 ambulances to the people of Lower Badibu, particularly the north. Honorable Speaker, this is a nightmare for the people of Lower Badibu, particularly those living in the north. You may see them carrying a pregnant woman with donkey cart, horse cart, but today, that's history. I would like to thank the Minister of Health and the Director of Health Service for providing these things to us. Energy sector. Honorable Speaker, partially I'm not happy regards to the issue of energy because villages like Kerardo, Njawara, Mbamorokunda, Talenfula, and Yalalba, almost we have 18 villages at the Lower Badibu North, and still electricity is a problem for us. And then I'm not happy that the people of Kia having an electricity whilst their fathers and mothers did not have. We are not happy about this, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief today, but before I will take my seat, I want to join my colleagues to thank a mentor, a father, and an uncle, a man with dignity, humble, honest, and he's very caring. He saw us the way, how to do this work, how to go about it, how to comport ourselves, and how to approach issues. if we have arrived here today, if people are celebrating him, if I don't, I'm not fair to myself and I'm not sincere. That is the honorable member for Serakunda, who declared that he is not coming back to this parliament, Honorable Speaker. I sincerely want to thank him for his service to the nation. Honorable member, thank you very much. We really appreciate your service to the nation. Honorable Speaker, I also want the Minister of Defense to explain to this August Assembly the issues surrounding the territorial integrity of this country, because we all know that we are a sovereign nation. But just a couple of weeks back, this nation experienced some security threats, and we would like the minister to shed more light on that, to explain it to us. What are the issues responsible for this, and what can we do as a nation together to solve this issue? Honorable Speaker, I won't take more time today because the statement that you have gave in the morning honestly touches all areas. And I sincerely once again want to thank you for your leadership style and for coaching us as the young ones to show us the way and how to do this work. Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't waste more time today, but to thank again the Office of the Clerk, my colleagues, the media, the support staff, everyone for their service to the nation. I'm saying thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Table office, the chambers appear to be empty. I was just out, and so many of our honorable members are in the VIP. Can we play the jingle so that we just call them to come back to chambers, because it's almost empty? Deputy Clerk number 1, legislative, yeah? Halifa? Thank you very much. Honorable member for Jara Central. Jara Central, yes. Jara West.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also start by saying thanks to the people of Jara West, who by their trust I bear the title of being a honorable member of the National Assembly. If not that trust, this selection and the election, probably I may not get that title. I thank them profoundly, and also thank them once again, as they have already entrusted me to go in for the position again. And I hope and pray that we come to that day also when the assignment will be given back to me to come back and represent the people of Jara. Honorable Speaker, I also thank your office, the majority and the minority leader, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the clerk and the staffs of the National Assembly, for being together with you for the past 5 years. And I am asking forgiveness from each and every one of you for it may be impossible to stay together for 5 complete years without probably offending one another, knowingly or unknowingly. If that happens between me and anybody, I am asking for your forgiveness. And equally, I forgive everybody that I have offended in this parliament here. Thank you very much. Also, I want to thank certain institutions who helped me during this time to make my work easy, especially IRI. Apart from the number of inductions that are provided to me, they were also able to help me and connect me to my constituency on 2 occasions, on a town hall meeting and a radio program. Future in our hands, I thank you also for the town hall meeting that you have sponsored for me and my constituents, and Caritas as well. Today, I name it as a day of forgiveness, a day of prayers to one another. Because as human beings, the moment you stay together, like I said, you're bound to make mistakes against one another. You need forgiveness. And love also is another reason for a prayer to be accepted. I give thanks to everybody who helped me in one way or the other to make the work possible for me, starting from the National Assembly and as well as the cabinet. Because most at the time we have problems in our constituency. It doesn't require us to write a question or debate on it at the adjournment, but it rather requested us to meet them in their various offices so that we'll be able to put those problems together. I thank them. Oftenly we come to your offices, not because we just want to see you. We are messengers of our people who elected us. Whenever they give us a problem, they are asking us to go and find a solution from cabinet ministers. Because these are people that are assigned to do the implementation for the people. So I thank all of you and also ask for your forgiveness. Sometimes you go to somebody for a program and then you find him in another thing. He has to leave that to attend to you. I think it's part of the work. My concern basically started with the Ministry of Agriculture. My chairman has started it. But I want to go a little bit further. For us, as the 5th legislative, we are going, and probably many of us are coming back. And I'm sure any new member who comes here, like Honorable Member for Olyundum is just saying right now, no matter what level of qualification you have, from any school of thought, if you come to the National Assembly, you need an induction. So I'm sure the coming, or the newcomers that are coming in the 6th legislative will completely depend, or will at some point depend on the National Assembly members they found in the National Assembly here. These are the people I'm now talking to. Ministry of Agriculture, a lot of implementation in the country that are incomplete. They are not finished. They are still pending there. The causeways, the access roads are all incomplete. You visit the country, almost all the communities, you go there and find them there. They have been started, money has been spent there, but they didn't still serve the purpose because they are incomplete. If another project comes to succeed, I think what makes sense is to continue on that implementation and complete it for the people to get benefit out of it. But when they were asked, I could remember sometimes we meet them, they said they will complete some of the projects that are within the plannings of the new project. That's the route project. That's the project appraisal of the routes. If it is as the same as that of the NEMA that is incomplete, will be completed. Meaning, any other project that was implemented by NEMA that has a different project appraisal than the other one will not be completed. It doesn't make sense. I think the Minister of Finance has to be more proactive about agriculture. If we look at the level of their implementation, and because of that we don't want to put in resource in agriculture, it is the farmers that are going to suffer. Let's remember, the people that we represent are all farmers. Because of the level of the implementation of the ministry, if we did not give them enough resources, it is directly going to affect the farmers. Because to me, food insecurity is more serious than any other security threat, whether inside or outside your country. If you have food security in your house, I believe this is the time when you are secure. The Ministry of Local Government and Land, I saw him here before, but I think he has stepped out. Relating to the issue of Jara Soma, physical planning has demarcated a land and say it's going to be a reserve for industrial purposes, which I asked the minister last time, but I couldn't get an answer. I'm not denying government to have a reserve land, especially when it comes to industrial purposes. But already government has enough land in Mansakonko, more than 300 meters square, that any industrial, program can be done there. This land belongs to farmers. These are the places where they do their farming. If you identify it as a reserve, whether you compensate them or not, is going to affect them in the future. And I want the minister to look into that program. Instead of identifying a reserve within a place where people used to farm, let them go to where people are not using. Ministry of Environment also is here, and I think he has gone out. Graveyard for asbestos has been identified in my constituency between Jarasoma and Senoba. But the place is not protected. And the purpose of providing that place is to save people from contacting this asbestos. If the place is not secured, whatever they bury there, people will come and take it out who does not know the risk. Last time, I said this as a question, but the problem is still there, it is not solved. Minister of Interior, Traffic and Traffic Police, they need to be applauded. They are doing a very good work in the country. Traffic police are almost standing on the road the whole day under the sun. I don't know what an incentive you have for them under your ministry. Honorable Minister, sometimes I really, when I saw them, I become moved because I know they are doing what I cannot do. Standing under a hot sun, under the road sometimes up to very late in the day. I think your ministry has to provide an incentive for them, and also, especially when it comes to their health, because what they are doing has a lot of risk. Finally, the Petroleum Minister is not here. Honorable Vice President, I would love you to extend this information to him, which I have been saying it here for so many times. There are electric poles that are erected in Jaro West 30 years back. And these electric poles are now old. They are completely dilapidated. The concretes are getting out. Some of them, it's only the road that remains standing. And it's very risky. This is existing in 5 communities in Jaro West, including Mansakonko, Soma, Kanikunda, Karantaba, Sankuya. In all these communities, there are poles, there are electric poles that has been there for over 40 years. Over 30 years. So they need to be changed. Anytime we come to rainy season, there will be a major incident caused by an electric pole. You see? So I would like the Honorable Vice President to extend this information.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Sanementere, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Sanementere for bestowing the trust on me to represent them during these past 5 years. I also want to thank my colleagues, the staff of the National Assembly, and the media fraternity. Madam Speaker, let me first start with the horticultural women gardens in the Combos. Madam Speaker, we have 2 big horticultural gardens in Brufut, in Sukuta, Madiana, and Kerseri. Madam Speaker, if you look at these women, how they toil every day, early in the morning by 6 o'clock when I'm going for my Friday prayer, morning Fajr prayers, I meet many women in that early morning rushing to their gardens because they said if you don't go early, you will not have water. Water is always their problem in these gardens. And the other thing is, we need to create a market for these women. They toil hard for this, to harvest these vegetables. And when they harvest them, take them to Serekunda, sell them. When they are not sold, the next thing, they are going to throw them away. So their labor is going in vain. At least, I am appealing to the government for Sani mentoring in particular to have a preservation center whereby women, when they harvest their garden, they can go and keep them there if they are not bought. Madam Speaker, coming to security, we have a PRU camp in Burfoot, taking care of the whole Combos. I mean the police intervention unit. This unit only intervenes when the going gets tough. But it's unfortunate, I've been advocating for 2 years now. This PRU camp, they have no vehicle to do their job. The last time the incident happened at Tangi, before this unit reached, people lost their belongings. The same thing happened at Sanyang, to the extent that they even burned the police station in Sanyang. And another incident again happened at Burfoot. There they have to trek by foot from the camp to come. Before they reach, things will go out of hand. I am appealing to the ministry responsible, that's the Interior, to please make sure this unit at Burfoot, they have a special vehicle that they can patrol it. Because there was an incident, there was a time, 2 incidents of death happened at Burfoot. There is a forest between Madiana and Burfoot, in the midst of the village. I myself was a living witness of that. A dead body was thrown in the bush that ended up being composed. And the other one was a schoolgirl, was found in the bush dead. This is just because the PI unit, they don't have vehicles to patrol. So all sorts of incidents are happening in Burfoot. I am appealing to this ministry to please consider helping this police unit with a vehicle so that they can do their job correctly. And the other thing is the rate of accident in this country. Madam Speaker, almost every day, this road to Senegambia, you will find whether 1 vehicle or 2 vehicles. And this involves lives. We have to. It is port right. Because almost every night there is an accident on this the Gambia Road, where lives are concerned, properties. I think the ministry should thoroughly study exactly what is causing all these accidents, as lives are concerned. And the other thing is fire rescue. The whole of Combode, we have no fire rescue service. The last time, the forest at the Bad Reserve, a car was burnt there to ashes. Before the fire service reached the area, the car is gone. So at least, if we could have this fire rescue service in our area, at least, it will really help us. Because all along, you will all the time hear fire incidents, areas, houses burning, cars burning. Madam Speaker, the other thing is the skill centers. The whole of Combo, there is no skill center. Our youths will finish school and then be loitering in town. They end up drinking alcohol and stealing properties, smoking cannabis, because they are not responsible. There is no skill centers to help them. And if you look at this country today, in the Gambia here, these auto mechanics, carpentry workshops, welding workshops are all foreigners. And they are earning a lot out of it. How about our citizens? Why can't we motivate them? Build skills, something to do tomorrow, rather than ending up being loitering in the smoking cannabis. Small boys, you see them breaking houses now. Small guy who break this house. You will not imagine it. Young boys, and they have a future. Let us try to do something for them. Sukuta, which is being helped by the diaspora, and they are building it gradually. But if the government can't put a helping hand so that the skills center would be beneficiary to the people of Sukuta and the satellite villages, at least some youths will learn skills that will help them tomorrow to avoid them being loitering in town and being criminals. Two accidents happened there. The vehicles came to hit two young boys. The other one was even flown to Dakar for treatment. And all what they wanted is for the NRA to build homes on the streets. But for 2 good years, I've been going in and out in NRA. Every time I go there, they say, yes, we will build it. Yes, we will build it. Still, where lives matters, it's yet to be considered. Madam Speaker, my last but not the least is about sports. When we say sports in the Gambia, we all reflect on football because it's the common sports we have in this country. But then we have a tournament here that we call zonal, where certain villages are involved. In that tournament, it's one of the most exciting tournaments in this country. 2 of my villages, Sukuta and Burfut, are involved in that tournament. But it's unfortunate. They have no good fields. Burfut would go and play their home match in Birkama. Can you imagine from Burfut to Birkama? They will go and play their home matches in Birkama. Sukuta will go and play their home matches at Serkunda East or Manjai. There's no fair play. I am urging the Minister of Youth and Sports at least to standardize one of these fields so that our people can also have their home matches nearby before going up to Birkama. Last but not the least, Madam Speaker, my colleagues have sent their sincere thanks to our veteran politicians who are no other than the member for Serekunda, the member for Willie West, member for Basse, and the minority leader, who were so sincere to us, guiding us towards achieving our goals. I hereby send my thanks to them. Madam Speaker, last but not the least, okay, I'm withdrawing the first one. I'm sending my prayers to the two members who couldn't conclude their term, 5 years term in Parliament due to the call of Allah. And they are in a waste. I pray the Almighty grant them Jannatul Firdaus. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Birkama North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank you so much, as my colleagues did, for steering well the affairs of this assembly. Even though there were instances, I was very good in making observations to you. Sometimes my observations were positively taken into consideration, but sometimes I'll consider to be negative. But anyway, that was just the tactics of the care to control the debate. Having done so, I would like in the first place to put before this August Assembly a result, like my colleagues who contributed immensely to effect the change in 2016. I was given an option to take cabinet position or other very important position, or go back to my constituency, be voted in to represent, if I so wish. I was asked to think about it, and when I did so, I came to the conclusion it's better I take the people's offer than the direct appointment. And that advice was given by no other person but the President of the Republic, Adam Barrow. And I went to my people. I was lucky to be elected. And there I am representing them. Inasmuch as I want to thank my electorate, the people of Birkama North, I want to begin first thanking the President for giving me that advice. And the people of Birkama North across party line who voted for me, I want to thank you so much for the trust and confidence bestowed on me. Yes, the task was very great. It was not easy. I have the belief that this Fifth Assembly had made history, and I also contributed to the history. To the National Assembly, from the Speaker right down to the clerk and all the staff, I want to thank you so much for your support, technically, morally. To the media, for the wide coverage that you have been given to this fifth legislature, that I am part of it. Madam Speaker, I would not be doing justice if I to thank everybody, but I fail to thank the fraternity that I am so much fascinated to the sports. Anytime I bring about the sport issue here, I always get the support of the National Assembly. That's why I have this belief that this National Assembly contributed immensely to the success that our Scorpion had registered in the AFCON. I thank you for your contribution to make history for the Gambia to participate in the AFCON 2022 finals in Cameroon. And I want to thank the team, right down from the president of the Gambia Football Federation, the entire technical team, the coach, and the players, the captain for that matter, who retired from the national service recently. Indeed, Pamodu did a lot for the Gambia. He participated under 17. For the first time, the Gambia participated and, in fact, emerged victorious. In the under 20 also, he participated. The senior team, he captained the senior team to reach that far. Pamodu, thank you so much, and your team. Madam Speaker, in making my farewell statement, constituency that I've been addressing, that's still unanswered. Key among them, the Brikama firing range. The first vice president of this term, Madam Fatima Jallo Tambajang, was the first that we took issue with, and we resolved to an agreement for the firing to be relocated. The president made a pronouncement at Brikama in 2018 that the firing will be relocated. Towards my questions, the minister also responded that the land has been identified for relocation of the firing range. That is more than 1 year now. The range has not been relocated. In fact, when I was making this cry, I was all along emphasizing that we need to do prevention rather than curing. Unfortunately, an incident that cost the life of a lady happened as a result of the firing range. I do not want a replica of this, and I want the Honorable Minister of Defense to take note and act urgently. The earlier you do so, the better to save life as well. Electricity and water is always an issue that I raise. The Minister of Energy is not here. We are very close, or we have the power plant in Brikama North, but many communities in the area are without electricity supply. I said we should be compensated, at least for the noise that our people always have. Water supply is a problem as well, very erratic. A big community like Chembuje, at a point I requested for borehole. We were told that Chembuje is not qualified because it's under Nawek. We can't have Nawek water, and we cannot also get the borehole from water resources. Nawek should look into that. Brikama drainage, we have highways or roads that are constructed, but that ended creating havoc to the people. During rainy season, flood all over because there is no drainage system. The Ministry of Works promised that they will look into it. In fact, we conducted survey all around Brikama. That was 4 years ago. Then up to now, nothing is done about that. The fish market. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries is not here. I've been raising this issue about the condition of the Brikama fish market. The minister promised me in 2020, that was somewhere around June, that before December, something will be done at Brikama fish market. Up to now, 2022, nothing is done. The fish market is as dirty as anything that you can think of. You never think that human being can sit at that place and sell fish that people supposed to eat that. Honorable Minister is not here. I wish he is here so that he can tell me exactly what is wrong. Still, December cannot come. The road network, like other colleagues been talking about the road network all over, and I've been raising this road network, the key among them, the Birkama Bafloto Mandira Ring road. It was part of the supplementary appropriation bill. The road is not constructed, even the foundation stone is not laid. Other people are thanking or congratulating the government that their road have started or their road have been constructed. What is wrong with that of Birkama, that is the Birkama Bafloto Mandiran area. I also called for the link roads in that main road, Makumbaya, Galoya, Kubune, Kunkuyan Ketaya, Mandinaring. Likewise, Bafloto, Farato, Bojang Kunda, and then Bafloto, Nemasu to Farato. These link roads to this main road will help a lot to ease communication in those areas. Birkama Kasakunda Nyonfele Gunju Road was also part of the supplementary appropriation bill, where yet still no work has started in the area. We also call for the link roads in that main road, Nyonfele Bonsa to Taibat Road. Birkama is the headquarters of West Coast. The roads that are taxi service roads, I've been calling for those roads to be constructed. Birkama, the Kababajo Road, linking Newtown to Misra up to the Bafloto Highway. Jaliba Kuyate Highway, that is at Nyambai College, where the Vice President has a residence, and then the Nyambai, Babagalde Main Road, Misra Main Road, Daru Highway Main Road, Jamisa Main Road, Jalamba Main Road. Chambuje, Sabukunda, linking to the Buffalo Road. When these roads are addressed, the movement of vehicles around Birkama, just like a regional capital, will be eased. Madam Speaker, the high cost of living is a talk of town. Somebody said the government should explain. I don't think there should be an explanation in this. What we should be doing is that, or what the government is to be doing, is to address the situation. Things cannot go like this. Every day, prices are increasing. Something is wrong somewhere. You go to a shop this evening, this next morning, you'll find the price to be increased. I think there should be a control. We are not saying that there should be price control, but the way things are going, I think people are doing things deliberately. As a government, we cannot continue to entertain those kind of things. Madam Speaker, I just spoke to the minister about the land that was occupied by the Bikawa power plant. I did pass a parliamentary question here for the compensation to be done to the owners, but the first minister of lands did tell me that they cannot do the compensation. Okay, I also asked whether the part of the land that is not occupied can be returned to their owners. He said they are going to look into it. When the next minister comes, that's Honorable Drame, he promised that part of the OMVG project, they will consider compensating. I'm happy that during our discussion and engagement, he invited me in his office to act on that, so that the land that is not occupied can be returned to their owners. I will thank him for that. Madam Speaker, the economic MFDC class prompted the government to set a task force to investigate into the matter. Like my colleagues mentioned, commissions have been set, task force has been set, inquiries have been conducted, but after all, we will not see anything. I want the Honorable Minister or the Vice President to inform us about the state of the task force. When will the task force complete its findings and then report to the President, of course to the National Assembly? I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Nominated Member, Sir Musa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor, also to lend my support. Madam Speaker, today is a day that is counted in the history as it is the end of the 5-year term in the National Assembly. It's the last session. Madam Speaker, in my current field, I'm delighted today that witnessing the end of these 5 years, Madam Speaker, so delighted to see myself witnessing the end of these 5 years. Madam Speaker, these 5 years came into being through a transitional government, of which I happen to be part of the architects and engineers. That's Coalition 2016. Madam Speaker, not only me in this August House, I'm laying the foundation. Myself, Right Honorable Member of Serekunda, Honorable Khalifa Sallah, a senior parliamentarian, veteran politician, Honorable Sidia Jata, member for Woodley West. The minority leader is here, Honorable member for Nyamena Dankunku, Honorable Samba Jallo. Usman, the member for Banjul North, Right Honorable Usman Silla, member for Banjul North, and Right Honorable Suaib Toure, member for Woodley East. But all, Madam Speaker, here is the Vice President. Our Vice President, Madam Asatu Toure, who is also a part, is a candidate. We are going for the 16. Madam Speaker, these are people among those who sacrificed at that time to face the challenge. So therefore, I cannot exhaust my deliberation without mentioning these people in this August House, as today is the last session of the 5 years. Madam Speaker, having said that, I must again, first of all, thank His Excellency, the President, Adama Barrow, whom you know he's not an ungrateful person. Whoever shared the coalition members among, he has given everybody his quota. Madam Speaker, very grateful. He is not ungrateful, he is very grateful. Each and every member of the coalition 2016, he has given you, you either take it or you okay. But you will not say he has never made any attempt to offer it. So I must thank him. I was appointed here. He offered me as a state minister. But with my honesty myself, I cannot take it. I cannot carry the job. I know the area where I can occupy. And then today, when he offered me the position of a parliamentary, I said, that's my place. So he's very grateful. And Madam Speaker, thank God Gambians have him. during senior parliamentarian in this August House other than me. For that, I say God-given, whether one like it or not. I witnessed the First Republic in the National Assembly. I have seen, I'm the ref. You are the ref, Madam Speaker, but today I'm the chief ref in this August House who can compare and contrast. All the 3 decades, there's nobody also here who can challenge me on that. I have seen, I have been a fighter until I went to Parliament, not under incumbent. In the First Republic, a ruling party of 32 years, I went to Parliament without a degree, as people like to boast. This man is not educated, the degree holder. No! It is the people who are to determine who will represent them. That's why all the time we are crying for language, because one day we'll even have a president who has not been to school. But the brain is that you know how to handle people. You can be a PhD, you cannot even handle a chicken. So, Madam Speaker, I have seen the First Republic. I have seen the Second Republic. I have seen the Third Republic. What I witnessed in the First Republic, through my participation, that's why the change of government came in 1994 when I was in Parliament. Then I used to see the ambassador, American ambassador, British ambassador, and EU representatives, and all other diplomats in those days. But through the revelation of the opposition in the assembly, that is why we have a very peaceful coup d'etat, bloodless coup d'etat. I know what happened, and I know my contribution to that. And I know the First Republic, what they have done. I have been a victim, losing my job. 9 years, 9 months, I was dismissed without no cause. Simply because I was accused I'm a sympathizer to a political party. I have seen all this, I know. So nobody can tell me anything. And even during the Allegary Commission, my file was called from this August House to the Allegary Commission. Because everybody in this country at that time knows what who Majango Samusa is. So today, I have seen the Second Republic. I serve here, nominated by the former President Yahya Jammeh, nominated me. Again, appoint me here. Also, I serve in this government as a deputy governor in the region. Then you have NCP and APRC alliance we are going to. So I witnessed again, in the Third Republic, I happened to participate in the coalition 2016 until today. I'm here. I'm here by my merit. Madam Speaker, with the cooperation of the leader who is not only grateful, that's President Adama Barrow. Not only grateful. That's why the day before Saturday, I was listening to him at Basse. He was telling the people of Basse constituency concerning about Magasi. He knows what Magasi is to him. He said, I will not be the same height with you, and then the next instant you become taller than me in Mandinga. He said, I said, here is the man. The man is still there. He has not moved. He still continues. That's why God is always behind him, guiding him. He always breaks the record. I have been fighting with my party in the First Republic for almost 20 years. And in the Second Republic, the transition, God has picked him and asked him to bring him to lead us. And he is very grateful to the Almighty. He's very mindful, very careful, humble. I have seen leaders. I have witnessed what has been transferred in the First Republic. In my constituency, in Kerewan, there's a 2 black stone generator lying down there for over 5, 6, almost 10 years, until the time I came to Parliament. I fought that. The EU ambassador was sitting behind me. I made that revelation. The following 2 weeks, I went with the managing director to Kerewan to put the light on. When His Excellency, the late president, stood in my village, he said, unless and until you come to my political party, join PPP to have this seat, you will not have this light, you will not have, this machine will not come up. So that's why when people are saying here and there, I have seen a lot. I have witnessed a lot, different all these governments. I have witnessed all those things. Each government, I can write a book. I never traveled. It was first time to go with the President Jameto AU in Addis. I said, I have never boarded a plane. He could not believe. You can ask the chief of protocol and the green youths who were on board. Like he said, Madam Kosamusa of Gambia. You have not said, no. All what I achieved is here, in this country. So nobody can tell me anything. So, Madam Speaker, I repeat again, I must still continue to thank His Excellency the President for the way and manner he has handled during these 5 years the democracy. We were crying all along. For 22 years, the people are crying for democracy. And now we all know, I have witnessed the parliament for a second. This is the parliament that, since 1960s, since we came to independence, there has never been a parliament like this. That's why when some people are laughing, they're just shouting, hey, rubber stamp parliament, rubber stamp. I was in the Fourth Republic. Those in favor? Yes. Those not in favor, you have only 1 or 2. You call that a democracy? Because they are the majority, they are shouting, they are democracy, democracy. We know all what has been transferred. What President Adama Barrow has accepted as far as democracy is concerned. Gambia would have, what Honorable Sida Jata is saying, Gambia would have been somewhere today. Gambia would have been somewhere today. So, even if time is up and I can sit down, at least I have said something. I've said something that even that alone is enough. And we have seen it here. So, man, I don't want to go into a lot of things, but all what I'm saying, to tell the Gambian people, this parliament, there has never been a parliament like this. I was in the First Republic. I know how I've been molested inside there, because they are the majority. It has never been a new thing here. I marched out from Parliament in the First Republic, myself and my leader. So when I was asked to go out from
the time is up. Your time is up. Time is up. Thank you. Honorable Member for Foni. I'm sorry, your time is up, please. Yes, Foni Bondali. No, I will not inform you because the time is there. I don't inform anybody. Honorable Member for Foni Bondali, please. Honorable nominated member, Jaite, please.
Number of minutes. Why don't you inform me?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure not going to miss this part of it. My mic is gone. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I couldn't miss the opportunity today to say that. Thank you for giving me the floor. This may be my last time to say it, hopefully not, but I've not been feeling well this whole session. But today I had to force myself to come because I couldn't miss this opportunity to say the thank yous. So I guess today, for the first time, I'm going to give the honorable ministers a break and also going to give President Barrow a break and focus on the thank yous, because I think it has been a great opportunity serving my country in this capacity. I think my journey has been the most interesting one in the Parliament, all of you would agree. And I would say I've grown to be the darling of the National Assembly. I'll give myself that credit, because of a lot of things that have happened in between and have contributed to my growth as a person. And I appreciate the opportunity. The first thank yous will go to my parents. I think my parents are kind of unique in a way that I would say maybe I'm the only young politician that have parents threatening to move me out of their house if I leave politics. It's interesting. Other parents will tell you, don't join politics. This is not good. You're going to risk everything. But mine, both of them encourage me to stay on and fight. And I appreciate them for allowing me to be who I am. I remember when we lost the elections, the presidential elections, I was so down. And I was having this conversation with my father, and I told him, I think I have to give up, because this has been, I've given my all, and I just feel rejected and disappointed. And I don't think I can win this. And he told me, Kumba, I said yes. He said, you might never win this fight, because I think you've already won. I said, why would you say that? And he said to me, because you are on the right side. You are, and sometimes being on the fight, never fighting, and you have just started. And for those inspiring words. Still on the thank yous. This brings me back to my journey and what inspired me to be here today. And this was, in all honesty, the death of Solo Sunday. And I will never forget how angry I felt when I heard that Solo was murdered. And this was my inspiration to fight. Basically, that's how the story started. And after the 2016 elections, I remember parliamentary came, and it came from the community itself, the people of Dipakunda, that approached me first and said, we want you to run for parliament. And I remember submitting my applications, and I went for primaries for the UDP. And I guess because I was a young 28-year-old, the people that were doing the interviews and stuff really maybe didn't take me seriously, because we all know what women face during these kind of struggle. And Madi was chosen, Honorable Madi Sise, for the seat, and he won. And then, all of a sudden, and this was so unexpected, my journey with President Barrow began. I remember sitting in my office day before the new MPs were sworn in, and the president himself called me. This was a surprise, and nominated me as a member of the National Assembly. I remember on the day, it was around 11 o'clock that I received my package from the Vice President's residency. So it was so late, so I couldn't even believe it. So I think after everything that has happened, I think today is the day I should tell the President thank you for taking the chance on me. And I think he too owes me a thank you. But before I get there, I want to thank on our behalf, my behalf, and his behalf, the leadership of the United Democratic Party for having the faith in all of us, because the president knows it wasn't this executive that believed him and put him put him up as a candidate. It was then the executive of the United Democratic Party. And because that happened, he happened, and I happened. So a huge thank you goes to the United Democratic Party, to Solo Sandeng and all the heroes who've lost their lives in fight for country, because all they had was the love for country and they gave their all. I appreciate you and I thank you. To President Adama Barrow, thank you for giving me this opportunity of representing my country and representing the youths of this country. And also thank you for doing the most amazing thing anyone has ever done for me, and that is firing me. I think that was the most amazing thing that has happened in this journey, and it gave me an opportunity as a person to contribute towards the governance structure of this country, towards molding our newfound independence, towards assuring the people of the Gambia about the independence of the judiciary. And I think I am thanking him, but he owes me the thank you for putting him back on the line to make sure we safeguard the democracy that people lost their lives for, that all of us fought so hard for. Thank you very much. We have a veteran that has declared that he's not coming back to this house. Honorable Member of Serekunda, thank you. It has been an inspiration working with you. And I know sometimes we bump heads, but all the time I push, because I'm learning from you, and this is the opportunity. I think if I knew you were not going to come back, so I took the opportunity. Thank you for serving your nation in the greatest humility. We appreciate you. To my favorite MP, the Honorable Member of Woolly West, I adore you, I love your heart, and I appreciate your support throughout this journey for keeping me grounded. Honorable Speaker, it has been a pleasure to witness your leadership. It's very hard, particularly when you're female and you're actually the umpire of a great number of males. It's not easy. And I know also I've been a very challenging MP for you and your staff, but it was for the interest of nation, for pushing you forward. You know, Halifa is laughing. He once told me, I found you very challenging in my journey, and I appreciate that. To my favorite person and my favorite people in this parliament, and that is the staff. From the drivers to the secretariat to the cleaners, everyone has showed me love throughout this entire journey, and I appreciate you. To my very special person, Fatu, who would even cry when I'm in the middle of the fight. I'll go down and found her crying, and she would tell me, Kumba, please come down, yo halenga. I'll be like, stop crying, you don't need to cry. We're all doing this for the best interest of the country, and I love you. Thank you for the support, for the pushing me throughout this whole journey. To one thing that was really one of the reasons why I was honored to be nominated, and that is to have the opportunity to contribute towards giving Gambia a new governance structure, towards molding a newfound democracy, and looking forward for us as a fifth legislature to give Gambia a new constitution, which is going to be the foundation of the new governance structure. I call this our unachieved legacy. It is a missed opportunity, and I hope the sixth legislature will fight to bring this constitution back to give us a proper start of our governance structure. The speaker earlier on has highlighted all our achievements. I wouldn't go back to that, but just a piece of advice to this new executive. I don't think sometimes we take time to reflect on how serious our role is, both as parliamentarians and as ministers. For example, I remember I was having this conversation. I said, I don't want to ever be the Minister of Health in this country, because everyone that dies, God is going to question you one day about it. I think it's a very serious role, and as civil servants, as public servants, it's an honor to be it, but I think we sometimes need to reflect on how important the roles we are playing are and taking it more seriously. I am so concerned about the health sector of this country. I remember my auntie on her dying bed, they couldn't even find a proper bed for her. The bed was broken, and she had to be laid, and that's the bed she died on. And I remember my mom telling me, do you know what her last words were? I said, no, and she told the nurses, you're putting me on this kind of bed, hana hamulone man suma jarbat dipite la. That I will never forget, because it showed me the responsibility we all have towards our people. And I think each and every one of us, from the president down, we really need to start reflecting and taking our roles very, very seriously. Because apart from this life, the next life, each and every one of us is going to be questions about what we have done when we were giving these roles. And I think it's so important that we all reflect, putting everything aside. I think I still have another 4 minutes. To the president of this country, I think I would advise you to let the opposition thrive. I think as opposition, it is even more important, now more than ever, for us to continue our role of holding the executive accountable. We owe that to our people. I personally am not giving up on this tax. I will keep on fighting with everything that is in me to make sure we hold the government accountable, and I think the president should create that environment and allow the opposition to thrive. I'm hearing issues about reconciliation. I think we can reconcile and have peace, but still, there needs to be a vibrant opposition in this country, and I will be part of those that will keep that alive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable member for Bondali is still not around. Kantora? And if she's not here, then we'll just have to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you so much. It's been a long day since the beginning of the adjournment debate. First of all, I want to congratulate ourselves. It's been a long way since we started this journey. Here we are in these hallowed chambers, which marks the end of the 5th legislature session. Probably, if need be, would have been or would be an emergency session when it's deemed fit by government or by executive. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to begin my contribution giving thanks to Almighty Allah for keeping me fit and sound and healthy to embark on a journey entrusted on me by the people of Kantora constituency, to represent them, to be their mouthpiece, to advocate and contribute immensely to resource distribution in budgetary allocation. I think for the past 5 years I've done that. I did the job to the best of my ability, and I've represented the constituency to the best of my ability. I say to them, thank you so much for picking me out of the lot, which is not a birthright, but it is out of privilege to bestow trust and confidence in me that if you are elected or if you are chosen by them, you will serve the purpose. I will say a big thank you to the electorate of Kantora constituency. Secondly, allow me to thank my parents and family and loved ones for standing by me, resolute, throughout the journey. As a young parliamentarian, it's not easy. There are difficult moments and there are also challenging times, but you need their guidance and counseling. So the parents, loved ones, and families, thank you so much for being with me. I also equally want to thank sincerely your leadership, the entire staff of the National Assembly, the clerk, the various office holders in this assembly for making our job easier for us to deliver as expected. Having said that, I also want to thank the government of the day for nurturing newly found democracy since 2017 to date. It's a very difficult task after inheriting a fragile nation, serve under 22 years of bad leadership, to reconcile those people and also govern their affairs for the past 5 years is a difficult one. We thank the leadership, the president, the cabinet ministers, for working hand in glove to ensure the newly found democracy is nurtured, to ensure the newly found democracy is consolidated by their concerted efforts. I also want to thank them for really transforming the lives of my people. Because I know as government, the primary responsibility of every government is to transform the lives of people you govern. How do you protect their lives and property is responsible that you cannot shy from. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Barrow and my leadership in Parliament here, as far as representing Council constituency is concerned, we have really experienced enormous development projects that are life-changing opportunity for the people of Kantola constituency, ranging from good roads, ranging from supply of ambulances, ranging from electricity, and clean solar energy in the for the community of Nyam. Huge that is put up there or established there through a PPP, private-public partnership, under the watch of His Excellency. I bring you greetings and thanks from the people for really focusing on how to decentralize development. Gone are the days whereby development was centered in the urban area. But through the transformative agenda, through the transformative idea of the leadership of His Excellency, development has now been decentralized in the rural areas now. The colleges, the bridges, the schools, the hospitals, women vegetable garden, these are really life-changing opportunity for the people of my constituency. I wouldn't be very much fair if I didn't appreciate the good job we've achieved under this current government. Having said that, I also want to thank your leadership in this parliament here as Speaker and the leadership of both sides, minority and majority leader, for coming together, more so for the executive taking a giant stride to give Parliament its autonomy. This is never easy in any jurisdiction. It's called for a battle. It's called for fight to make sure autonomy is given to Parliament. But as a leader, if you believe in democracy, you will also accept its principles that is accompanied with democracy. And it's through those visions, through that leadership, these autonomies attained under the 5th legislature. CEO Dahab & Co.